Good morning, colleagues. In June last year, we commissioned a review of our dignity at work policies and systems. This was to help ensure that the Parliamentary corporate body and MSPs as employers were prepared for the forthcoming changes in employment law arising from the Employment Act 2025. And as part of the review in January, we asked all staff who work for the Parliamentary corporate body and for MSPs to take part in a Dignity at Work survey. The corporate body considered a report on this work yesterday, and this has now been published. The report contains a summary of experiences submitted in confidence and anonymously. The corporate body welcomes the evidence that there is widespread positive practice across the Parliament, but we will all be shocked and deeply concerned to learn of some reported serious allegations. The review and publication of the report have brought issues to light which were previously unknown. We're grateful to everyone who took part in the review. Speaking out is never easy, and our foremost concern is for anyone affected by inappropriate conduct. Senior Parliament officials made the Parliament Police Unit aware of the limited information we have and sought advice regarding reporting duties and signposting. The Parliament has taken the steps it can to support individuals who report concerns, and I would encourage anyone who has experienced inappropriate conduct to report it. Officials will support any person who wishes to formally report concerns. There can and must be zero tolerance of inappropriate behaviour. This is an important piece of work, and now that we have the findings, we must begin work on the recommendations quickly. The Parliamentary corporate body yesterday gave its full support to implementing the comprehensive package of recommendations. I want to see the highest standards of behaviour across the Parliament, and I'd like to thank the corporate body members and party leaders for their support. I know that we are all united in our ambition to ensure that everyone experiences Parliament as a safe, respectful and welcoming workplace. I now call the First Minister.
President Officer, this report is a timely one, and I am grateful to the many colleagues who contributed their experiences to it, both confidentially and anonymously. It is vital that everyone who comes to work at this Parliament comes to a safe and respectful working environment. That applies to every single member of staff, no matter their role. This report was important to carry out, and it highlights, as you have said, Presiding Officer, that in the overwhelming majority of cases, staff do feel respected, valued and supported at work. However, if even just one person has a bad experience here, that is completely unsatisfactory, and there is a duty on all of us to address it. As First Minister, I want to make it clear to Parliament that a culture of appropriate behaviour is essential to the functioning of our democracy. This report indicates the importance of leadership, a shared determination to ensure respectful working relationships, and a collective commitment to make certain that all staff, regardless of who employs them, experience a workplace where they are able to perform at their best. It is vital that anyone with any concern is able to raise those concerns and have them acted upon in the appropriate fashion. I commit my party and my government to be full participants with Parliament in improving the processes for reporting any behaviour which falls below the high standards to which we must all adhere. And I commit myself as First Minister to ensuring that I contribute in the correct way to the demonstration of leadership to ensure that the appropriate culture is present here in Parliament at all times.
Thank you. I now call Russell Finlay.
Thank you, President Officer. Last night I read the Parliament's report into the review that's been conducted about dignity in the workplace, and while doing so I thought back to my time in newspapers. Workplace cultures were very different to what's typical today, as I'm sure many of us can testify. The world of work has changed significantly and for the better, and it's now a given that every employee should feel safe at work. They should not be subject to bullying, harassment or sexual harassment. And I note that the review begins by saying, and I quote, "a strong commitment across the Scottish Parliament to maintaining a workplace founded on dignity, courtesy and respect." However, as yourself and the First Minister have said, there are causes for concern and grounds for improvement. Respondents said they had experienced and/or witnessed 84 instances of bullying, harassment or sexual harassment since 2021. The report explains the complexity of Parliament as a workplace, with 129 small employers in the form of MSPs, alongside Parliament staff and various outside contractors. This creates, and I quote, an uneven protections and accountability gaps, or a perceived two-tier culture. It is clear that things need to change. Change is in the interests of all parties, all MSPs and all colleagues. The report says that Parliament adopted a zero-tolerance approach many years ago, but there's still uncertainty about what that means in practice. And with just a few days until dissolution of Parliament, the next Parliament must take the necessary action to ensure that unacceptable behaviour at Holyrood is no longer tolerated. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Anna Sarwar.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This deeply worrying report must be taken with the utmost seriousness, and its content demands not defensiveness, not delay, but decisive action from all of us. There must be a zero tolerance for sexual harassment and bullying in the Scottish Parliament, and we all have a responsibility to ensure that proper systems are in place to protect staff and to stamp out behaviour that has no place in any workplace, let alone in Scotland's national Parliament. I'm glad to see that there are many practical solutions and recommendations, such as independent investigation and reporting systems, long advocated by women's groups and already adopted by the Labour Party, are part of these recommendations. But these reports make clear that confidence, consistency and culture must now be strengthened. Holyrood must be more open, more accountable and more responsive. It must, above all, be a place where people feel safe to do the work entrusted to us by the people of Scotland. But there is also another principle that must guide us all. Support for victims must come first. This is not an issue for one party alone. Painfully, there are lessons for all of us right across the political spectrum. For our part, we must all continue to work and build a Parliament that defends the rights of all who work here and create the working environment where everyone feels safe and can thrive. My pledge is that my party will support the Parliament in putting its collective shortcomings right. Regardless of party or political belief, we must stand together to ensure that this Parliament is a safe place to work for every single person in it. It is what Scotland and all the people who work here in this place deserve. That's why I would respectfully ask, Presiding Officer, after hearing from the Chamber today and after the publication of this report, to ensure that this issue isn't left by the sidelines when inevitably we all get into campaign mode. And I would also request that the Presiding Officer and all else officials-wise across the Parliament do the utmost to ensure that whoever the successor is as Presiding Officer makes this an urgent priority for the next Parliament, and to make sure we make significant progress at the earliest possible opportunity. That's a responsibility on each and every single one of us.
Thank you. I now call Gillian Mackay.
Presiding Officer, the allegations and the volume of them are shocking and will be hugely concerning for everyone using the parliamentary estate. I want to thank those who have come forward and shared their experiences to help improve the culture and conduct in Parliament. In 2018, the Parliament, in response to the Me Too movement, undertook work to tackle inappropriate conduct and improve the culture in Parliament. This report actually lays bare that not only have we not completely tackled the problem, but it may have actually gotten worse. That means that parliamentary and member staff may have been put in positions that they never should have been. It's absolutely incumbent on all parties to take this seriously and address any and all inappropriate conduct within their own groups. And I'm pleased to hear the commitment of colleagues this morning. I'm pleased that one of the recommendations is to give staff a direct escalation line to Parliament HR, something that I think will help to address when there have been complaints between parties or where staff feel they cannot challenge the behaviour of members. The public rightly expects the highest standard of behaviour from members, and it's clear that some have fallen far short of that. It's on all of us to tackle the power structures that have prevented people stepping forward and foster a culture where everyone is welcome, safe and supported, and my party are committed to doing that.
Thank you. I now call Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, I expect, or at least I hope, that every member in this chamber would always seek to reflect the better natures of the people who sent us here, the people who give us our instructions. And it's clear that whilst there is widespread good practice in this building, we are still falling short of that aspiration. I hope that the people who have come forward anonymously have found redress, have found support, and most importantly, have found belief. There are challenges in this report. It is embarrassing, but it is also a call to action. And I sincerely hope that whilst this represents one of the last considerations of this Parliament, it represents one of the first considerations of the Parliament to come. And Scottish Liberal Democrats will certainly play our part in ensuring that we act on the recommendations, that we uphold the principles of fair and safe work, both for our staff and for the people who seek our help when they come to our offices. And we are committed to that endeavour. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to our next item of business, which is Stage 3 proceedings for the Assisted Dying for Terminally Ill Adults Scotland Bill. In dealing with the amendments, members should have the bill as amended at Stage 2, that is Scottish Parliament Bill 46A, the marshalled list and the groupings of amendments. The division bell will sound and proceedings will be suspended for around 5 minutes for the first division of the Stage 3 today, and the period of voting for the first division will be 30 seconds. And thereafter, I will allow a voting period of 1 minute for the first division after a debate. Members who wish to speak in the debate on any group of amendments, please press the request to speak buttons or enter RTS in the chat as soon as possible after the group is called. Members should now refer to the marshalled list of amendments. We move to Group 16, Offence of Advertising and Dissemination of Information. I call Amendment 247 in the name of Murdo Fraser, grouped with Amendments 248, 52 and 71. Murdo Fraser to move Amendment 247 and speak to other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Just before I come to talk about the Amendment 247 in front of me, I would just draw to members' attention, if they haven't seen it, that the Royal College of Psychiatrists in Scotland have just informed us in the last few moments that they have moved from a position of neutrality on this bill to a position of opposition. I hope that members will reflect upon that when reaching a view on how they vote on this bill in its entirety. Amendment 247 in my name introduces a new subsection to Section 21A, creating a mandatory requirement for all public-facing communications about assisted dying to include suicide prevention information. Its purpose is to ensure that vulnerable individuals, including those experiencing distress or suicidal thoughts, are provided with clear guidance and access to appropriate crisis support services. Language is important in this debate. This bill before us is called the Assisted Dying Bill, but we know that that language confuses people because there are people who believe that the term assisted dying covers palliative care, that it covers the administration of pain relief, and it covers ending one's life in a hospice. In reality, what this bill is about is assisting suicide. That is the legal reality. And it has never been the case in Scots law that assisting someone to end their lives has ever been legal. So this will represent a fundamental change in our law. And on the two previous occasions when Parliament has debated similar bills, they have been described as the Assisted Suicide Bill. And there's been a deliberate change to sanitise the debate we are having. And that change, of course, reflects another sanitisation, because the well-funded lobby group, Dignity in Dying, who are promoting this bill, were formed many years ago as the Euthanasia Society. In the 1970s, they rebranded themselves as the Voluntary Euthanasia Society, and they rebranded themselves again 2 decades ago as Dignity in Dying. But no one should be in any doubt as to the origins of that campaign group, or indeed what its true agenda is. Suicide is a difficult subject for anyone to discuss, and I know that those who support this bill do not wish to conflate what this bill seeks to do with suicide, but that is unavoidable for the reasons I have underlined. And suicide is a terrible social curse. Now, I'll give way to Claire Hockey, yes.
Claire Hockey.
I thank Murdo Fraser for giving way. I am finding the language that he's using deeply offensive. Yeah. And I say that as someone who is going to vote against this bill. But please be careful about the language you use. Suicide is a very, very difficult issue to discuss. As you have said, what we are discussing is not suicide.
Murdo Fraser.
I would say very gently to Claire Hockey, the legal reality is what this bill is doing is for the first time in our history allowing individuals to help another individual commit suicide. But let me explain my thinking on this. Every suicide is a tragedy. It's an enormous tragedy for a life lost and a huge tragedy for those left behind. Often those left behind wondering what more they might have done to prevent this tragic loss of life. And suicide is the biggest cause of death amongst young men in Scotland today. It is a huge societal problem. And I know government does a lot in terms of suicide prevention. And in my view, we should be doing more and doing everything we can on suicide prevention. And I can talk from personal experience here, because many years ago, as a much younger man, I lost a dear and close friend to suicide, in circumstances that I find even now extremely painful to talk about. And there was no advance warning. There was no suicidal intent we were aware of. There was no history of depression or mental illness or any indication this was happening. It came completely out of the blue and was utterly shocking. And I saw the impact that had on that young man's family and his friends, who were all utterly devastated. And that horror remained with them for the rest of their lives. And that young man's mother died just a few years ago, and I kept in very close contact with her. And the horrendous, devastating impact of that young man's death on her still haunts me. We must do everything we can to avoid the prospect of suicide impacting on anyone's life. And I don't want, when we pass this bill, to see any hint, any suggestion, any muddling of the messages in relation to suicide prevention, because we are legislating suicide in particular circumstances, which is why this amendment today is making it clear we must do more to promote suicide prevention and support for those in crisis. And I'm reminded of the years and years it took for campaigners to have safeguarding warnings attached to gambling advertising, for example, or advertising on smoking products, for example. So let's get this bill right at the outset. If assisted dying is going to be advertised, then patient information must be available if requested, and that should, in my view, include signposting to suicide prevention organisations and to charities. People have to know there is somewhere else they can turn to, and all their options are open to them if they request assisted dying. Presiding Officer, I want to make sure that this bill contains every possible safeguard. This bill must be clear in who, where, why and how. It must include details on everything and not leave it to regulation. And as MSPs, we must be confident we have done everything possible in this bill to make it as safe as possible. I'm just going to close, Mr Harvey, so I won't take the intervention if you'll forgive me. I want to see suicide prevention made absolutely central to what we're doing here, and I'd like to see it on the face of the bill. Let me just talk very briefly about the other amendments in this group. My colleague Stephen Kerr has an amendment which covers similar territory but goes further than my amendment in that it seeks to create offences. I would be happy to support that if my amendment does not succeed. And Liam MacArthur's amendments create new offences and penalties and provide for that to be made in regulations. Again, I'd be happy to support that if my amendment does not succeed, but I'm happy to move the amendment in my name. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Stephen Kerr to speak to Amendment 248 and other amendments in the group.
Well, I'd like to start by thanking Murdo Fraser for his powerful and sobering remarks. Group 16 addresses an issue that may seem somewhat procedural, but as I think Murdo Fraser has well described, is at the heart of the concerns of many of us in this chamber who will oppose this bill. How assisted dying is described, I think we had an exchange on that already, and how it's communicated to the public. And Amendment 248, in my name, proposes a simple safeguard where assisted dying is referred to publicly under this Act. That reference must also include information about suicide prevention and about the availability of palliative care. And that requirement is important. If Parliament creates a lawful pathway for assisted dying, it will inevitably shape the wider public conversation about suffering, death and the choices people believe are open to them. The way information is presented will matter, particularly for those who may already feel vulnerable, isolated or overwhelmed. My amendment seeks to ensure that assisted dying is never presented in isolation from the care and support that should surround people. If someone encounters information about assisted dying, they should also encounter information about suicide prevention. They should know that help exists. They should know that intervention exists. They should know that society still has a duty to care for those who may be experiencing despair. Equally, they should encounter clear information about palliative care. Many people do not realise how far palliative care has advanced or how effectively suffering can often be managed. That care should never sit quietly in the background while assisted dying becomes the focus of attention. If the law allows assistance in dying, we must make sure that help to live is never hidden from view. My colleague Murdo Fraser has already raised many important points about the need to ensure that people requesting assisted dying are provided with suicide prevention information, and I agree with that approach. And Amendment 248 applies the same principle to the way this law is communicated publicly. And I want to be clear with colleagues, I remain opposed to this bill. I do not believe that a law of this nature can ever be made entirely safe. But if Parliament proceeds, we must at least be honest about what we are discussing. The bill permits doctors to assist individuals to end their lives. That reality cannot be separated from the broader questions surrounding suicide prevention and support for those experiencing profound distress. Now, international experts have made similar points. The International Association for Suicide Prevention has stated that suicide involves intentionally carrying out an act to end one's life and has warned that there can be an overlap between suicide, euthanasia and assisted dying. It has also emphasised that anyone considering ending their life should have access to high-quality suicide prevention support and intervention. We should listen to that advice. And Amendment 248 simply ensures that the information surrounding this Act reflects the responsibility that we now have to make this safe. It ensures that assisted dying is never presented without reference to prevention, support and care. I'm about to close, but I'm happy to give way.
Rona Mackay.
I thank the member for giving me. Is the member aware that people who are refused the choice to die with dignity often end up taking their own life anyway? There are multiple incidents of that.
Stephen Kerr.
I think Rona Mackay's just made the case for my amendment, because it's very important that when people are presented with options, that they're also given the assurance of the support and the assistance and the care that they deserve. That is what lies behind my Amendment 248. For legislation dealing with matters as serious as life and death, that balance that I am proposing in this amendment is not unreasonable. It is a safeguard we should insist upon.
Thank you. I call Liam MacArthur to speak to Amendment 52 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, President Officer. Can I start in customary fashion by reminding the Chamber of my registered interest in relation to the support I receive from 3 separate campaign organisations in the context of this bill. I would also reflect maybe there may be other members who have been participating in this debate who should be declaring similar interests. An offence for the advertisement of assisted dying was introduced at stage 2. The creation of such an offence is one I entirely support, but I have also reflected from the Scottish Government's commentary that the offence currently in the bill doesn't refer to intent or effect and contains multiple inconsistencies in definitions and exceptions. On that basis, my amendments 52 and 71 introduce regulation-making powers for ministers to create an offence and related penalties for advertisement of assisted dying, an approach which was also taken in the Westminster Bill. This will ensure the offence is specific and effective in capturing those it is intended to, and provisions will also be subject to affirmative procedure, allowing this Parliament to have proper scrutiny. Murdo Fraser's Amendment 247 and Stephen Kerr's Amendment 248 both seek to require that any lawful communication about assisted dying makes reference to, amongst other things, suicide prevention information. On this, I strongly echo the comments from the convener of the Health Committee, Claire Hawkey, earlier, and I also refer to the statement issued by suicide prevention leaders in Australia, which specifically cautions against conflating suicide prevention and assisted dying in public communication. And I quote, "Suicide prevention and voluntary assisted dying should be discussed separately. Confusing these terms can only delay access to suicide prevention services for people in distress and complicate or delay care for people with terminal illness who are seeking an additional choice at the end of life. In any public communication, it is important that we refrain from talking about assisted dying as suicide or using language that associates the two. For that reason, I do not support Amendments 247 and 248 and urge Parliament strongly to oppose them."
Thank you. I call the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I begin with a statement that I put on the record in the last group last night. I absolutely appreciate the sensitivities of this subject, and I have absolute sympathy with Murdo Fraser, the case that he puts on the record, for which he has my deepest sympathy. But I would also ask members to be careful not to conflate suicide and assisted death, and I would point to the Scottish Government's suicide prevention strategy that sets out our vision to reduce suicide deaths here in Scotland. Presiding Officer, I will give substantive... I will give way.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for giving way, and I think we should recognise that our suicide prevention strategy has been said to be world-leading by the United Nations. And I hope that members will not try to conflate the two issues, but that seems to be what is happening today. I want to ensure, as I'm sure the Cabinet Secretary does, that our suicide prevention strategy remains the best that it can possibly be. And I don't think some of the debate today is in any way helpful and will be causing quite a lot of pain out there.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I note the points that Mr Stewart has made. I understand the sensitivities, and I also understand the very strong views that there are on this matter, and I rest on the point that I opened with, which I hope reassures Mr Stewart. Presiding Officer, I will begin substantively to discuss the amendments in this group with Amendment 47, which would place a significant onus and possibly cost burden on anyone producing materials around assisted dying for members of the public to provide information on which they may not have the required expertise. On Amendment 248, the Scottish Government has significant concerns. From a legal perspective, this provision creates an offence around the way in which assisted dying is referred to in public communication over and above the existing offence in the bill. It has potentially very wide reach, as the communication intended for members of the public only has to refer to assisted dying. It may be questionable whether this is a proportionate measure. From a technical perspective, it is not clear how this amendment would interact with the exemptions as set out in Section 24A4. From a delivery perspective, the amendment would, similar to 247, place a significant onus on anyone producing materials around assisted dying for the general public to provide the information as set out in the amendment on which they may not have the required expertise, and it could place a significant cost burden on the production of information for the general public around assisted dying. The Scottish Government has no comment on the remaining amendments in this group, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I call Murdo Fraser to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 247.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'll respond very briefly, and I do appreciate that there are members here who find it uncomfortable to talk about suicide in the context of this bill, but that is the reality of what we are facing. That is the practical impact of the bill before us, that for the first time in our history, First time in our history, we were legalising the assistance to somebody who is taking their own life. I'll give way to Mr Adam.
George Adam.
This is an extremely sensitive subject for everyone, and for Mr Fraser to use some of the language that he's used and to conflate two very different things is not befitting of the debate we've had during this whole session of the Stage 3, and could be upsetting to people in this chamber and upsetting to people out there. And I think Mr Fraser should know better and take a look at what he said and maybe retract and tone down the language a bit.
Murdo Fraser.
I say very gently to Mr Adam, that intervention is not worthy of him. It's not worthy of him, because we are dealing with a legal reality. We are dealing with a groundbreaking change in the law that will have a huge impact. And all I'm seeking to do here is ensure we put suicide prevention at the heart of this bill. And for that reason, Presiding Officer, I press my amendment.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 247 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed, and there will be a division. And as this is the first division of the stage today, I suspend for around 5 minutes to allow members to access the digital voting system. Thank you. The question is that Amendment 247 be agreed to, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 247 in the name of Murdo Fraser is yes 40, no 74. There were 4 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 248 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with amendment 247. Stephen Kerr, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 248 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 248 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 39, no 75. There were 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 52 in the name of Liam MacArthur, already debated with Amendment 247. Liam MacArthur, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 52 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
Can I just confirm that we are all agreed?
Yes.
The amendment is therefore agreed. Thank you. We move on to Group 17, Limitations on Effect of Act. I call Amendment 249 in the name of Stephen Kerr, grouped with Amendment 113. Stephen Kerr to move Amendment 249 and speak to both amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Group 17 takes us to the constitutional question that sits at the foundation of the bill, whether the provisions before us can operate within the powers that this Parliament actually possesses. And Amendment 249 seeks to make that boundary clear. It broadens Section 22 so it applies to all reserved matters under the Scotland Act 1998, not only to particular areas such as drugs, poisons or aspects of medical regulation. The effect is simple. If any provision of this Act conflicts with a matter that remains reserved to the United Kingdom Parliament, that provision would have no legal effect in Scotland. It's not an attempt to frustrate the bill. I'll give way to Jamie Green.
Jamie Green.
Just briefly, can the member elicit which parts of the bill, as amended to date, do relate to reserved matters? My understanding is that these have all been removed from the bill, but if you could point to some, I'd be grateful.
No, I accept what Jamie Green is saying. I'm speaking to the amendment. I think Neil Gray's amendment is in a similar vein. I think both the amendments in this section are saying the same thing. Not an attempt to frustrate the bill, but an attempt to ensure that the law that we pass is capable of operating within the constitutional limits, the competence of this Parliament. And throughout the scrutiny of this legislation, there has been considerable discussion about the issue of competence. Those concerns are not academic. They go directly to whether parts of the bill could operate lawfully once enacted, and that is some of the decisions the Parliament has made in the course of the consideration of the amendments to the bill at this stage in its progress. So we've already heard, and repeatedly, that areas such as employment law, professional regulation, other UK-wide frameworks remain reserved matters. If provisions of this bill reach into those areas, and they did before we began the amendment process, they cannot simply take effect because this Parliament wishes them to. Give way to Jamie Hepburn.
Jamie Hepburn.
It's a very straightforward question. Does he not believe that the Cabinet Secretary's amendment achieves what he's seeking to achieve in a much more straightforward manner?
Stephen Kerr.
I think I'm sticking with my amendment, Jamie. Thank you very much for the invitation for me to do a Daniel Johnson, as I think we will now call it. But I think my amendment is equally clear about the, as Neil Gray is giving me some facial expression of opinion, but I'm sure we'll hear from Neil Gray shortly. I submit my amendments on the basis of what I can see has been put on the daily list, Jamie Hepburn, and on that basis I'm trying to be helpful. I give way to Dr Allen.
I thank the member for giving way. I appreciate the importance of the issue he's raising about not having a bill that operates in some way ultra vires. But aside from the point that Mr Hepburn has made, does he not feel that the 1998 Scotland Act would preclude most of the kind of problems he's anticipating?
Stephen Kerr.
Yes, that's why I'm sorry I don't quite follow what Dr Allen's saying there, because that's why I've put forward the amendment. I think that's why Neil Gray has put forward the amendment as well. It would seem that there is some accord, at least between Neil Gray and I, in respect to the need for such an amendment, and hence I submitted my amendment and did not have sight of the Cabinet Secretaries. But what this amendment seeks to do is to provide the clarity that Dr Allen is referring to. It ensures the limits of devolved competence remain explicit on the face of the bill, and that no provision can override the constitutional framework established by the Scotland Act. And I think we all accept that. So for legislation dealing with matters of life and death, that clarity is not optional, it's essential, and that's why I will stand by my amendment.
Thank you. I call the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 113 and other amendments in the group.
Presiding Officer, the substantive difference between my amendment and Mr Kerr's is that mine removes Section 22 and Mr Kerr's amends it. However, I'll speak to my amendment before turning to his more substantively. My amendment removes Section 22, the limitations on effect of the Act from the bill. The explanatory notes and policy memorandum that accompanied the bill on introduction referred to the likely need for Scotland Act orders to achieve a comprehensive assisted dying scheme. In particular, reference was made to the J4 medicines reservation. Given that a Section 30 order has been agreed by this Parliament and made by the Privy Council, and that work is in progress in relation to a Section 104 order, it would seem that this provision is no longer necessary. And I have no further comment to make on Mr Kerr's amendment outside of our view that Section 22 should be removed via my amendment, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And I call Liam MacArthur.
Thank you. Can I thank Stephen Kerr and the Cabinet Secretary for setting out the position. Section 22 of the bill was included in the initial drafting to make clear that any provisions touching on reserved matters would have no effect. Again, I thank the Cabinet Secretary for the productive work undertaken with the UK Government on advancing a Section 30 order in record time, and for the constructive engagement that's taken place on the use of Section 104 orders to allow remaining matters of legislative competence to be dealt with. And again, I would note at this stage the amendments in my name and in the name of Ross Greer, will, I think, add further reassurance to this Parliament. I therefore support Cabinet Secretary's Amendment 113 to remove section 22, which is now redundant as a consequence of these positive steps, and urge Parliament to do likewise. And for that reason, Stephen Kerr's Amendment 249 amends section 22, and for that reason I will not be supporting it.
Thank you. I call Stephen Kerr to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 249.
I've got no further comments to add to the short exchange we've had on this issue. I will press my amendment, though.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 249 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 249 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 30, no 78. There were 9 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 113 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with amendment 249. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 113 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call amendment 250 in the name of Fulton McGregor, already debated with amendment 240. Fulton McGregor to move or not move?
Not move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The amendment is not moved. I call amendment 251 in the name of Audrey Nicholl, already debated with amendment 112. Audrey Nicholl to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 251 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 251 in the name of Audrey Nicholl is yes 84, no 31. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 252 in the name of Douglas Ross, already debated with amendment 112. Douglas Ross to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 252 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 252 in the name of Douglas Ross is yes 64, no 50. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 253 in the name of Audrey Nicholl, already debated with amendment 112. Audrey Nicholl, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 253 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Jackie Dunbar for a point of order.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Dunbar. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 253 in the name of Audrey Nicholl is yes 102, no 16. There was 1 abstention. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 254 in the name of Audrey Nicholl, already debated with amendment 112. Audrey Nicholl, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 254 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 254 in the name of Audrey Nicholl is yes 95, no 23. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 255 in the name of Michael Mara, already debated with amendment 112. Michael Mara, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 255 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Beatrice Wishart for a point of order.
My app wouldn't work, but I would have voted no.
Thank you, Ms Wishart. We'll ensure that's recorded. The The result of the vote on amendment number 255 in the name of Michael Mara is yes 53, no 63. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. We move to Group 18, Code of Practice. I call Amendment 256 in the name of Douglas Ross, grouped with Amendments 257, 53, 258, 129 and 132. Douglas Ross to move Amendment 256 and speak to other amendments in the group.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer, and I'm very pleased to speak to the amendments in my name today, and I'm grateful to Stephen Kerr for covering for me yesterday. Amendment 256 seeks to preserve palliative and end-of-life care by ensuring that statutory and charitable funding intended for such care is not rerouted to fund assisted suicide instead. It would be so very wrong and frankly indefensible to divert money intended to improve lives and use it to fund people taking their own. Incorporating an assisted dying service into the NHS will inevitably mean it will compete with other services for funding. Now, I followed the whole of yesterday's proceedings, and I recall my colleague Edward Mountain intervening on the Cabinet Secretary to ask about this, to ask about the funding. He made reference to the letter that Neil Gray sent to the Health, Social Care and Sport Committee on the 26th of February, and I think it does bear repeating some of the comments from the Health Secretary in that letter. He says there remain many uncertainties to the overall cost of the bill. And the Cabinet Secretary said the Scottish Government does not agree that the bill will have minimal cost implications. So that money will have to come from somewhere. And we do not know how much or where from. And we cannot have the palliative care service in any way affected by this bill. Now, I understand the argument of the Cabinet Secretary in response to Edward Mountain yesterday that it's not a government bill, therefore they can't cost this out in the same way they normally would. But the government are clearly at odds with the member in charge in his financial memorandum, and that was laid out very clearly in their letter to the lead committee. It is absolutely crucial that we safeguard the money currently dedicated to palliative and end-of-life services, and I am not certain that is done with the bill as it is currently drafted. Liam MacArthur, as the member in charge, also claimed at stage 2 that there is, and I quote, no evidence of a deterioration in the delivery of palliative and hospital care, end quote, in jurisdictions that have legalised assisted suicide. But when we look at the jurisdictions that have gone down this route and what they promised and what has actually been delivered, the picture is very different. When New South Wales legislated assisted suicide, it committed to increase palliative care spending by $743 million Australian dollars over a 5-year period. But only a year later, that spending was actually slashed by $249 million Australian dollars. Canada promised $6 billion over 10 years for palliative and home care when medical assistance in dying was legalised. 5 years in, we see that less than $200 million has actually gone to palliative care. An analysis from Marie Curie last month revealed the desperate state of palliative care in this country. I've got the report in front of me. We referenced it in day 1 of these stage 3 proceedings. In the very first amendment I put forward, there were questions from Emma Roddick and Ross Greer, and also from the Deputy First Minister who intervened on me. And I said we would come back to this point in Group 18 because I think this has to be highlighted. But this research, this new document, is so stark it cannot be ignored. Using their methodology, they state that 1 in 3 people die with unmet palliative care needs in Scotland. 1 in 3. That means 18,500 Scots are dying every year without access to compassionate, high-quality care that they deserve. None of us can think that is acceptable, and I think we all have to agree it is a national disgrace, which is why I believe this amendment to this bill, should it pass, is so important. Presiding Officer, the other amendments in this group, I believe, are self-explanatory, and I will allow John Mason to speak to his Amendment 257 and Jackie Bailey to the remainder of the amendments in the group, and if need be, I will come back to them in summing up. But the points I have put forward for Amendment 256, I believe, are important to get into this debate today. I hope they encourage members to support them, and I move the amendment in my name. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Ross. I now call John Mason to speak to Amendment 257 and other amendments in the group. Mr Mason.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I'm happy to support the amendment that Douglas Ross has just proposed as well. Amendment 257 introduces an institutional opt-out, an essential safeguard to ensure that no hospice, palliative care provider or other health or social care organisation is forced to participate in or facilitate assisted dying or assisted suicide, depending which term you prefer. It recognises that there are organisations for whom providing assisted dying would violate their founding ethos and the religious or ethical values on which their care is based. My amendment also ensures that hospices and care homes that choose not to participate will not suffer any detriment as a result, including regulatory sanction or loss of government funding. We have seen why this protection matters in jurisdictions that have legalised assisted dying. In Switzerland, the Salvation Army was threatened with defunding for not allowing assisted dying on their premises. In Canada, the Irene Thomas Hospice was forced to close after losing $1.5 million Canadian dollars in funding for refusing to offer assisted dying. Hospice UK has warned that palliative care doctors could be forced out of the hospice sector if they are unable to distance themselves from assisted dying taking place in their workplaces. In fact, 7 in 10 palliative care doctors say they would consider resigning if their organisation were to offer it. So we have to protect the organisations they work for. Whatever we think about assisted dying, can we really risk forcing a significant number of our most skilled palliative care specialists out of the sector? Most hospices are small, intimate settings. Requiring them to permit assisted dying on their premises would not only affect staff, it could also have a profound effect on patients, many of whom would not want to live in a place where assisted dying is being carried out, yet find themselves next to a room from which someone is taking lethal drugs. For vulnerable people, this would be a terrifying experience, could be a terrifying experience. I'm not yet a vulnerable person, but I would not want to be forced to witness the person in the next room taking their own life. It would be deeply alarming if we were to be asked to vote on a bill stripped of its conscience provisions and expected to put our full trust in Westminster to make it right. Our hospice and care sectors are already facing major challenges, short of funds, with recruitment challenges and struggling to meet our country's growing care needs. Without an institutional opt-out, we risk forcing care homes and hospices to choose between their conscience and their continued existence, potentially decimating the whole sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mason. I call Jackie Bailey to speak to Amendment 53 and other amendments in the group. Ms Bailey.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Amendments 258, 129 and 132 are a small package of amendments that strengthens Section 22B. Introduced at Stage 2, Section 22B requires a code of practice to be created on how assisted dying will interact with hospice and other palliative care services. These are technical amendments that aim to ensure that the code of practice will have maximum effect in mitigating any potential negative impacts of assisted dying on existing providers of palliative and end-of-life care. Amendment 258 will ensure that the Code of Practice is followed by all relevant public bodies, such as health boards, IJBs, Health Improvement Scotland. Sorry about that. Technical problem there. There we go. While, if I could carry on, while Amendment 129 allows ministers to specify in regulations which public bodies must give due regard to that code of practice. Amendment 132 brings Section 22B of the bill into force after royal assent, and that gives effect to the aim set out at the start of that section of the bill, that the code of practice should be prepared as soon as possible after the assessment report has been published. Additionally, Amendment 53 is a technical correction to the cross-reference in section 22B3. We all know, and we've heard from previous speakers, that hospice and palliative care services are already under significant and growing pressure. If assisted dying is legalised, we must make sure we protect these services and the essential palliative care they provide for the thousands of people in Scotland who rely on them each year. This package of amendments strengthens Section 22B. It will help mitigate against potential impacts so that assisted dying is not introduced at the expense of existing vital hospice and palliative care services. And I will leave it there, Presiding Officer, but I trust that colleagues will support Amendments 258, 129, 132 and 53 in my name on behalf of Hospice UK.
Thank you, Ms Bailey. I now call the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, Amendment 256 would seem to interfere with Integration Joint Board's responsibilities under the Public Bodies Joint Working Scotland Act to plan and resource adult palliative care services for their area, including hospice services based on local need. On Amendment 257, there may be an inconsistency in the requirement to have procedures about patient access, given Amendment 231 provides that organisations must not be required to make referrals. As I said in Group 3, it is also not clear how an organisation would demonstrate conscientious objection, which is about personal beliefs. Amendment 53, again, we are happy to work with Jackie Bailey with her Amendment 53 to make the technical correction necessary by amending an incorrect cross-reference in section 22B3 so that the function of preparing the Code of Practice is correctly linked to subsection 1. For the remaining amendments in this group, Presiding Officer, the Scottish Government has no comment.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary, I now call Liam MacArthur.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I don't support Douglas Ross's Amendment 256, which amends the provisions of Section 22B on the differentiation of funding streams to require that statutory resources in charitable funding cannot be directed towards assisted dying. The bill, as it stands, I believe, covers the concerns that have been raised about the importance of properly funding both palliative care and assisted dying services, and as such, this amendment is not needed. I also observe that the amendment in Douglas Ross's name that we passed in the last grouping, 252, will expand some of the reporting requirements. I'll take an intervention from Edward Mountain.
Edward Mountain.
I'd like to thank the member for giving way on that. Do you see the... I'm wondering, Presiding Officer, if the member sees the problems that many of us have, that palliative care, money for palliative care may be moved aside to allow the assisted dying bill to pass. That is deeply difficult for many of us to understand, because without palliative care, and proper palliative care, Presiding Officer, I would feel that's a form of coercion for assisted dying.
Liam MacArthur.
I think I would say to Mr Mountain that, as I've been clear throughout this process, this is not a question of either or. We need to invest in good palliative care to improve the access to it where it doesn't exist and improve the palliative care itself where that might be needed. But we also need the choice for those who are dying horrendous deaths, often beyond the reach of good palliative care. So I think we've seen in those other jurisdictions, as the Health Committee in the House of Commons concluded after an extensive report over 14 months, that not only was there additional investment in palliative care, and that is a decision for parliaments. Each political party going into this election will have an option as to the prospectus it puts before the electorate. But we also see an improved engagement with palliative care services, and I think that is driven by the fact that the conversations that are required through this process open up a better understanding of what the palliative care choices may be in relation to each individual case. I give way to Bob Doris if he still wants it.
Bob Doris.
I thank Liam MacArthur for giving way. I appreciate the concerns of colleagues in this section. Can I just read something from the Code of Practice, Ms MacArthur? It says, how existing and future statutory funding streams intended to support the delivery of palliative and end-of-life care services can be differentiated to ensure that assistance provided in accordance with this Act is not funded at the expense of existing palliative and end-of-life care services. Sorry for speed reading that, Presiding Officer, but the point I think I want to make, Ms MacArthur, is the money that flows through integrated joint boards may be statutory funding, but they're not ring-fenced for palliative care. and decisions are made on a day-by-day, week-by-week, month-by-month basis and prioritisation. And we need something in the bill, perhaps it's Jackie Bailey's amendment that brings in as yet unknown provisions, but something has to give, Mr MacArthur, because that's not how palliative care funding works.
Liam McCarthy.
I think that's a very helpful intervention from Bob Doris. I think for the reasons that the Cabinet Secretary set out about the way in which Amendment 256 does interfere with the responsibilities of an integration joint boards, I don't believe that that is the approach. That's not to say that I don't accept that steps do need to be taken, and I think there are other amendments in this group that address that more effectively. I also don't support from Jackie Dunbar. Yeah.
Jackie Dunbar.
For taking the intervention. Would you agree that in this parliamentary term it has seen the biggest uplift for palliative care funding since the bill in 2015, and with your bill has actually put palliative care back into the agenda in a way that has just not been heard in over a decade?
Always to the Chair. Liam McCarthy.
Can I thank Ms Dunbar for that comment? I think it is absolutely irrefutable that the debate around this bill has opened up a conversation around palliative and other end-of-life choices that just wasn't happening prior to this session. That is a good thing. Irrespective of whatever happens to this bill, I think that is a positive thing. And I think that's agreed across the Chamber, irrespective of the positions on the bill. I also... Douglas Ross, yeah.
Douglas Ross.
I'm grateful to Liam MacArthur for giving way, and I just want to come back to his opposition to my Amendment 256. Does he accept the criticism, constructive criticism from the Government in their letter to the Lead Committee about the deficiencies in the financial memorandum, accepting that it is a difficult thing to calculate, but they are very clear that they disagree with the member in terms of the costings of this bill and the impact it will have on current resources within the health budget. And therefore, is it not important for everyone, supporters or opponents of this bill, to have as many safeguards as possible around such a crucial area, as we've just heard from Jackie Dunbar, of palliative care?
Liam McCarthy.
I think the substantive point that Mr Ross is making is one I would agree with. I think we need as much clarity as we can. The bill is, as amended, is not yet clear, so the financial implications of this will have to be determined once we see what the final bill looks like. But we're talking about patients who are already in our health and care system. The numbers are likely to be very limited in the early years. That is the trend we see consistently across jurisdictions that have introduced a choice of this nature. And as I say, I think it will be up to political parties going into the election coming up whether or not they see this as a priority in which they wish to invest. Jackie Dunbar has indicated some of the uplift that we've seen in funding. I accept that that has been for a particular purpose. But as I say, as a result of the debate we're having around this bill, I think we are having a debate around palliative and hospice care and other end-of-life care options that just wasn't happening prior to the introduction of this bill. I also don't support John Mason's Amendment 257, which relates to his earlier amendment on organisational opt-out, to which I am opposed and which interferes with matters previously debated relating to the ongoing Section 104 order process. I do support Jackie Bailey's amendments 258 and 129, which would require public authorities to have due regard to the Code of Practice, as well as their Amendment 132, which would commence Section 22B the day after Royal Assent. I hope that offers some reassurance to Bob Doris and others with similar concerns. I worked with Jackie Bailey on Technical Amendment 53 and therefore thank her for lodging it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr MacArthur. And I call on Douglas Ross to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 256.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I think this has been a helpful debate. Can I start with the areas I agree on? And I absolutely agree with Liam MacArthur that those in favour of this bill and those against this bill can unite behind the need for improved palliative care. It's actually quite disappointing that it takes a bill like this to get that unanimity across this Parliament. There have been individuals, such as my colleague Miles Briggs, who has worked on this issue for so long, but we are still not anywhere close to where we should be. I accept Jackie Dunbar's point that there has been an increase in funding, but I also go back to this report from Marie Curie. 1 in 3 Scots is dying without the level of care that they deserve at the end of their life. 18,500 of our fellow Scots are not getting what they should at a time when they need it. So an increase in funding, though welcome, is nowhere near enough, which is why I think myself and people who will support my Amendment 256 are so determined that we protect that if this bill is successful. Bob Doris made a very good point. IGBs are not constrained with how they spend their money. We cannot ring-fence this to protect it going forward. We have to find a way to ensure that the bill, if passed, does not see money that is rightly being put forward for palliative care through donations or otherwise being spent on palliative care. I'll give way to Mr.
Bob Doris. I thank Douglas Ross for giving way, and I'm glad we've got agreement on this point. I'm just conscious that Jackie Bailey's amendments was if you like, was sponsored by Hospice UK, who thinks the provisions in her amendments may square the circle and have public bodies having to take proper and due account of the code of practice. Given there's been some concerns with your amendments, Mr Ross, despite my sympathies for them, does he feel that maybe Jackie Bailey's amendment might be an appropriate way to take this forward?
Douglas Ross.
Well, I'm going to be supporting Jackie Bailey's amendment, so I will certainly back them. But I do believe the amendment I put forward is a perfectly acceptable amendment. I listened to the Cabinet Secretary and his concerns over IGBs. I don't share those concerns, and we come to different conclusions on these things, and members will have the chance to vote for one or the other, or indeed they can vote for both. And see how that ends up in the bill, because I think this is an area we do need to take a bit of time on. We have had a long debate. We're now into the 21st hour of the debate on these amendments, and palliative care and hospice care has come up before, but I think it's right when we look at the future of this bill, should it pass, that we have done everything we can as parliamentarians to protect this crucial area of funding. If I can come on to John Mason's amendment and his contribution to this debate, speaking about conscientious objections, it reminded me to the point that Keith Brown made last night in debate, maybe on Mr Macmillan's amendments, about a constituent who had gone in to see him, who said if this bill passes, they will give up, basically, because they don't want to be in any way associated with a bill of taking away someone's life and reference their own Hippocratic oath. So I do believe everything we can do in this bill, we must to strengthen the opportunity for people to conscientiously object, particularly when we are now at the stage that much of what was originally in the bill has now been stripped out of the bill around this area. As we heard from Jackie Bailey, her own amendments are largely technical amendments and are presented on behalf of Hospice UK, and I'm very happy to support them, but I will be pressing Amendment 256 in my name, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Ross. The question is that Amendment 256 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division, and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Marie Todd.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'd have voted no.
Thank you, Ms Todd. Your vote will be recorded. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 256 in the name of Douglas Ross is yes, 52, no, 62. There were 4 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 257 in the name of John Mason, already debated with amendment 256. John Mason, to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. The question is that amendment 257 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division, and members should cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 257 in the name of John Mason is yes, 41, no, 70. There were 8 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 53 in the name of Jackie Baillie, already debated with amendment 256. Jackie Baillie, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 53 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament has agreed and amendment 53 is therefore agreed to. I call amendment 258 in the name of Jackie Baillie, already debated with amendment 256. Jackie Baillie, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 258 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is agreed and amendment 258 is therefore agreed to. We now turn to Group 19 on guidance. I call amendment 259 in the name of Ross Greer, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. I point out that if amendment 56 is agreed to, I cannot call amendment 265 by way of preemption. I call on Ross Greer to move amendment 259 and to speak to other amendments of the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm going to start with a brief IT announcement because my laptop has just informed me that it's going to force a restart in 2 hours and 40 minutes, at which point we will be locked in, I'm sure, a long series of votes. So in case any other members are in a similar situation, we should probably preemptively do these restarts over our lunch break rather than find ourselves unable to vote at that point. Onto this group, though, I'm opening this. I don't intend to speak to all amendments in the group, but this is where members help me complete the jigsaw that we started yesterday in the group on advocacy services. I proposed at that point that we move the detail of the service that advocates should provide from the face of the bill to guidance, but state on the face of the bill what that guidance should include. It's a nuance but an important one to ensure flexibility. Members agreed to Amendment 204 last night, so we have taken those details out of Section 14A. Now we need to put them somewhere else. We need to put them into Section 23. So for that reason, I would ask members to support Amendment 259. My other amendment in this group covers a separate matter. 270 would require that any person involved in the process, not just the person carrying out the functions under the Act, should have regard to the guidance. By that, what I mean is probably best using a couple of examples. Think of the hospital orderly, whose job it is to escort you between different departments of a hospital, or the GP receptionist who might be the first person that a patient speaks to. People in that situation often have personal conversations with the patient. And we know it shouldn't happen, but it sometimes does, where people will make comments like asking them how much pressure this situation is putting on their family, for example. These are things that shouldn't happen, but we know that they do. If this bill passes, I think it is particularly important that there is guidance relevant to individuals performing those kind of roles that are connected to, but not core to the function of the assisted dying system. Obviously, individuals in that situation would require guidance that is a far, far lighter touch than that for medical practitioners, but I think it is useful to provide them with a steer that if we are introducing this system, they have a role to play in making sure that no patient feels any form of pressure or coercion. And as reassurance to... Yes.
Emma Roddick.
For taking the intervention. I've got here that a note from the Mental Welfare Commission found that strategies for monitoring and reviewing existing independent advocacy services are variable. Now, the bill is quiet on how that will then be monitored and reviewed. So how does the member see confidence that independent advocates are doing their job and doing what he's intending with his amendments without steering into kind of pressure or promoting assisted dying?
Ross Greer.
I'm very grateful to the member for the intervention. I think that straddles across a couple of points, and actually it takes me into what I'm just about to go on to, which is I don't want to preempt Liz Smith's amendment 268 and 269, so I'm actually undecided on how to vote on those, but I'm particularly interested in them because of the accountability that the power that they may give Parliament in this regard, because the guidance is to be produced by the government. Liz Smith is proposing that it can only be used as a result of a resolution of the Parliament, which I think gives us obviously a route for accountability, but also as part of the 5-year review process as well. There would be the opportunity to do that. We did pass amendments yesterday that changed the way in which the advocacy service would be provided to essentially give the government mechanisms by which to make sure that those providing the service provide it in line with what would essentially become their contractual obligations. There is a wider need for ongoing review and scrutiny, absolutely. I don't want to preempt what Liz Smith is going to introduce, primarily because I have not yet decided on how to vote, but I am particularly interested in what she's proposing, because I think it will provide that accountability and scrutiny mechanism that gets at what Emma Roddick is suggesting. Just briefly, though, to reassure supporters of the bill about Amendment 270, this is not intended to provide anything that is unworkable or particularly onerous, and on that I would point to the fact that Dignity in Dying do support Amendment 250. On Liz Smith's amendments, I think it is unusual for us to be in a position where we could potentially have guidance that requires a resolution of Parliament, but this bill does place us in a very unusual position because of the complicated issues of legislative competence. If it passes on Tuesday, key details of this will be filled in by the UK Government via the Section 30 and Section 104 orders, and it's unclear what, if any, role Parliament will have in that, other than essentially the final veto that we can wield through the commencement regulations. I do have a couple of questions for Liz Smith, though, so I thought it would be best asking them now ahead of her speech rather than intervene and break her flow. I have a couple of questions about how they would operate. I would ask if the resolution would just be required for the first edition of the guidance, if it would be required for any subsequent editions, or even for any small revisions made in between those 5-year periods, because I would want to make sure that it was quite easy for us to keep the guidance up to date. I am inclined towards certainly supporting it if it would be required in the first instance and even through those 5-year review periods. But if we need to change a single line in the guidance document and it has to come back for a resolution of Parliament, I'd be a bit worried if that was onerous. So I'd be grateful if Liz Smith could clarify how she believes that would operate. On that point, though, Presiding Officer, I will close there and ask members to support Amendments 259 and 270, and I will move Amendment 259.
Thank you, Mr Greer. I now call Bob Doris to speak to Amendment 54 and other amendments in the group. Mr Doris.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Much of the debate over the last few days has revolved around the identification and consideration of indirect pressures which may affect the decision-making ability of a person seeking assistance to end their life. Debate on the skill set clinicians currently have and the challenges involved in identifying and taking account of such pressures have also been discussed. I also thank Parliament for supporting my Amendment 27 and consequently Amendments 160 and 33, which brings in the requirement to ask and discuss indirect pressures with the person applying for an assisted death. Amendment 54, therefore, will require guidance to be produced on the identification and consideration of indirect pressures which may affect the decision-making ability of a person seeking assistance to end their own life, and that is important. Identifying indirect pressures can be complex and nuanced, and beyond that, judgments about whether such pressures are undue add a further level of complexity. Practitioners will want support and guidance on how to make these life and death assessments and judgments. Having guidance will also support a greater degree of consistency, whilst recognising that every individual, and this is important, every individual and every set of circumstances will be different and unique. Existing guidance from professional bodies in the UK, of course, does not cover assisted dying scenarios. It's more general in nature. If the bill becomes law, then they are likely to update their guidance. Indeed, my Amendment 33 says they should have regard for the guidance from professional bodies. I'd previously at stage 2 tried to put some of that in the face of the bill, but I thought having regard for guidance that could be updated from time to time was a much more effective way of doing it. But when they do update guidance, in doing so they will look at this Act to understand the parameters they're working within. That is why it is essential that the issue of indirect pressures is on the face of the bill and not just coercion by a person. The Scottish Government also states that it would also require careful development of guidance to avoid creating expectations that all forms of indirect pressure can be identified or mitigated in a uniform way. Can I say, Presiding Officer, all guidance must surely be carefully developed in all circumstances at all times. I should also say that I have no expectation that all forms of indirect pressure can be identified, and I have no expectation that all forms of indirect pressure can be mitigated. That's one of the issues I have with the legislation, but I am trying to build in the safeguards where I can. However, I do have an expectation that if we pass assisted dying legislation, that we must make every effort to have a robust system of safeguards as possible, and this legislation, as imperfect as that may be. Amendment 54 seeks to do so. Amendment 55 requires the Scottish Government to produce guidance on how concerns about an assisted dying case can be raised and dealt with. It is inevitable that a family member or a person at some stage will want to raise a concern about some aspect of the process and practice set out in this bill. Currently, the bill makes no particular provision for such a scenario. The amendment is deliberately drawn broadly. It doesn't require a specific process because it is unclear at this stage which organisations might be involved in delivering assisted dying. They may have their own relevant policies and processes which may or may not be relevant to bringing my policy intention forward. The amendment is deliberately not prescriptive. It seeks to give latitude to the Scottish Government to bring in appropriate processes. Moving on to Amendment 262, I welcome Liam MacArthur's support the eligibility requirements that a terminally ill adult can reasonably expect to die within 6 months. However imperfect and challenging in practice that will turn out to be, it does help to make the eligibility requirements less open-ended and vague. We heard that clinicians, time and again actually, we heard that clinicians agree that predicting whether someone will die within 6 months is not something they can reliably do with any substantial degree of accuracy at all. Given these circumstances, I think it's reasonable for there to be guidance on how to interpret and apply in practice the eligibility requirements that the terminally ill adult can reasonably expect to die within 6 months. Therefore, guidance provided for within Amendment 262 will support a more consistent approach to identifying prognosis and can be updated regularly to reflect changes in the developments in terms of treatments and the science of forecasting. I'm nearly finished, Presiding Officer. With regards to Amendment 267, there is evidence of public confusion between assisted dying and some aspects of existing clinical practice within palliative care. I mentioned that in yesterday's debate. This amendment seeks to ensure that any guidance, 267, any guidance produced in connection with the bill, should it become law, does not conflate assisted dying with palliative care. This is an important practical consideration. People being referred to palliative care need to know that the practice of palliative care does not seek to hasten death, and that the focus will be on supporting them to live as well and as comfortable as possible for the full course of their natural life. That's what palliative care seeks to do. Assisted dying, whatever our views in this Parliament, of which there are many nuanced views, assisted dying is something very different, and that's what my amendment is seeking to recognise, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Doris. I now call Miles Briggs to speak to Amendment 260 and other members of the group.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and can I thank Ross Greer for his advice. He's also managed to make me crash my computer as well, so thank you very much. IT, luckily, you're on hand. But I want to hopefully use the amendments in this group to create a part of the bill which I think can provide clarification for where members have had concerns, and that is specifically around the advice around making someone comfortable and how that will, I think, throughout the debate, sit within the bill. Now, I know Amendment 56 preempts my Amendment 265, but Amendments 260 and 265 would require the Lord Advocate to be consulted on the development of statutory guidance on the provision of assistance under Section 15. That would include what constitutes lawful assistance under Section 15(4)(a) and distinguishes assistance from administration of that substance. And I note that Amendment 56 would preempt my amendment, but both Amendments 56 and 265 seek to tidy up Section 23(3)(a), which makes reference to a subsection which has not been added to the bill at stage 2. And I would urge colleagues, therefore, to support my Amendment 265 over 56. Amendments 260 and 265 have been lodged on behalf of RCN Scotland by myself, and Section 15 of the view that it's really important that guidance is very clear on exactly what is permitted and what is not permitted, and in particular what constitutes assistance. That will require a level of clinical input, but it will also require legal input, and I think we need to understand that to ensure that those practitioners involved in assisted dying are absolutely clear on what is legally permitted and what is not. That's why RCN Scotland is of the view that Lord Advocate should have a role in developing and approving the statutory guidance governing the provisions around assistance. Amendment 263 requires the statutory guidance produced by Scottish ministers to include how the provision of assistance to terminally ill adults in accordance with this Act should be arranged by health boards, including the development of patient pathways. Again, this amendment is lodged on behalf of RCN Scotland, who are concerned that if the bill passes, assisted dying will be part of a standard role for existing staff, for example, district nurses, expecting existing teams to take on that role, which would not be safe or sustainable for the workforce or for those seeking to access assisted dying. And I move Amendment 260 in my name.
Thank you, Mr Briggs. I now call on Rhoda Grant to speak to Amendment 261 and other amendments in the group. Ms Grant.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendment 261 and 264 provides that those carrying out functions under the Act receive mandatory training, accreditation and ongoing 3-year refresher and competence training. And the bill covers areas that are literally life and death, and people empowered to carry out actions under the Act must be competent to do so. Areas of competence which are particularly important are issues such as identifying coercion, and there's been much discussion about that, but it's only recently that the Parliament recognised coercive control as part of domestic abuse. And coercion can be used in encouraging a person towards assisted dying as part of domestic abuse, but also as part of elder abuse. Knowledge and understanding of these issues is evolving and will change, and therefore it's important that the knowledge and skills of practitioners must also be updated regularly. Other issues such as safeguarding people who may not have a mental capacity to make such a decision or who may be vulnerable in other ways will also require updating in order that practitioners can best support their clients. And they must also have knowledge of alternatives to assisted dying in order to be able to properly inform their clients. I'm not suggesting that the practitioners must know every alternative themselves, but they must know referral pathways to provide the client with the best possible information available. All of the above is subject to change, and hence the need for practitioners to have their knowledge and skills updated at regular intervals. And if I can just turn briefly to Amendment 263 in the name of Miles Briggs. I'm just a little concerned that developing a patient pathway suggests that once a patient starts to explore assisted dying, they're placed on a pathway. And given the enormity of the decision they're making, alternatives should fully be explored at every stage of the process. And I look forward to finding out whether that would happen or not, because I think people need to reconsider their actions as they go through the process. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Ms Grant. I now call on Liam MacArthur to speak to Amendment 56 and other amendments in the group. Mr MacArthur.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. My own Amendment 56 in this group is technical, removing subsection 3A of section 23 as it refers to a subsection in the bill that doesn't exist as a consequence of the relevant amendment not being passed at stage 2. Miles Briggs' Amendment 265, however, seeks to amend that same subsection to require guidance concerning the provision of assistance to be subject to Lord Advocate approval. I know, as he confirmed, that Mr Briggs has been working closely with the RCN on that amendment. I'm not, though, minded to support it, as it seems to be an irregular approach to take to guidance, and I note also the Government's view that it may interfere inappropriately with the Lord Advocate's role. The Cabinet Secretary may comment on that in due course. I worked with Ross Greer on his Amendment 259 and I'm happy to support it, sensibly ensuring that guidance must include provision about advocacy services. Bob Doris's Amendment 54 requires that information on identifying indirect pressures is included in guidance. In addition, Amendment 55 provides that the guidance should include information on raising and dealing with concerns about the provision of assistance both before and after death. On Amendment 54, I note the Government's comment that any guidance would require careful development to avoid creating the impression that all forms of indirect pressure can be identified or mitigated in any singular way. That said, I recognise the benefit of inclusion of such guidance it would bring, and I'm content to support 54 and 55. Mr Doris's Amendment 262 would add a requirement for guidance to be produced on interpretation and application of the 6-month prognosis eligibility criteria. This is very reasonable, and again, I support Amendment 262. I'm not convinced, however, that Bob Doris's Amendment 267, which requires that guidance must not describe assisted dying as part of palliative or end-of-life care, to be necessary. There is no doubt that the therapeutic conversations, clinical support and other referrals provided as part of the assessment process form part of the care that can can be provided to a dying person approaching the end of their life. Terminally ill people have said time and again that what they want is one additional option as part of their end-of-life care, and that is what this bill seeks to do. And I'll take an intervention.
Bob Doris.
I wouldn't seek to thank Liam MacArthur for the intervention. I wouldn't seek to debate or labour this point, but I am clear that palliative care is not assisted dying. This amendment would clarify that. There's lots of palliative care practitioners want to see that clarified. Can I ask Liam MacArthur just to reflect on that and maybe be supportive of this amendment?
Liam MacArthur.
I'd take the point that Bob Doris is making. I've heard that concern expressed. I don't think, though, that there is any way of getting around the fact that were this bill to be passed, that assisted dying would be a choice as part of end-of-life care. And as I say, the interaction between palliative and hospice care, for example, with the discussions around assisted dying is one I see as a positive development, allowing for a better engagement with palliative care, which, as I've indicated, in jurisdictions that have introduced laws such as this, we've seen considerable evidence of. I've always been clear, as I say, it's not a case of either or when it comes to palliative care and assisted dying, and that both will be needed to exist alongside each other and provide compassionate care and choice to terminally ill people at the end of life. Assisted dying is absolutely a form of end-of-life care, and seeking to impose restrictions on ministers around how assisted dying may fit within end-of-life care services would, in my view, be inappropriate. Miles Briggs' Amendment 260 requires that guidance should distinguish between lawful assistance to administer the approved substance versus direct administration. I recognise the clarity this amendment seeks to add for medical practitioners, and I'm content to support it. Regarding Mr Briggs' Amendment 263, I'm supportive of the principle of Health Board involvement in developing patient pathways which reflect international best practice in jurisdictions with assisted dying systems. And I think I'd refer back to some of the comments I was making in the earlier grouping to Fulton McGregor's amendments, which touched very much on this. In terms of Rhoda Grant's amendments, I think she made some important and very relevant points in relation to not least the issue around our developing understanding of coercive controlling behaviour. That touches on some of the issues reflected in this bill, but extends far more widely. As I know from my involvement in the passing of the relevant legislation in the last session in the Justice Committee, I can't, though, support 261 and 264 as they relate to training provisions and touch on reserved matters. But training for practitioners, of course, will be a mandatory requirement under the bill and will require to be updated for many of the very reasons that Rhoda Grant has highlighted. In terms of Stephen Kerr's amendments 266 and 271 and Liz Smith's amendment 268, I don't believe it's necessary for guidance made under the Act to be subject to Parliament's approval. Such a measure is unnecessary and out of step with the way legislation is made and scrutinised. I also note the Scottish Government's view that Amendment 266 raises competence concerns. With regard to Mr Kerr's Amendment 271, I think the current approach in the bill requiring practitioners to regard guidance is sufficient and consistent with the approach taken across other legislation. While I consider the proposed change to compel to be unnecessary, I am content to accept it if Parliament wishes to support. With regard to Liz Smith's amendments 269, 272 and 273, I note the bill already provides for guidance to be revised when Scottish ministers consider it to be appropriate to do so. While I am not persuaded, therefore, of the need for the guidance review provisions in Amendment 269, if Parliament is minded otherwise, I would encourage members to support 269, which is, I think, a more proportionate approach to 272 and consequential 273, which I cannot support. I support Ross Greer's Amendment 270, which makes clear that anyone involved in the process in which a terminally ill adult requests or is provided assistance to end their life must regard the relevant guidance. Jackie Bailey's Amendment 274 requires the CMO to produce guidance on the assessment of patients who are under 25 or have fluctuating diagnoses. As I've referred to in debates on earlier groupings, I fully recognise the value of ensuring that additional and specialist consideration is provided in those instances. While I'm mindful that the Scottish Government has noted the possibility of a CMO opting not to participate in assisted dying, I'm content to support this amendment if colleagues believe it is workable and useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr MacArthur. I now call Stephen Kerr to speak to Amendment 266 and other amendments of the group. Mr Kerr.
Presiding Officer, I'm grateful to have had the response of Liam MacArthur to my amendments in particular, and I'd like to explain further why I feel they are essential, particularly 266 actually, as well as 271, because these amendments are go to the heart of an important question. Who ultimately controls the safeguards that would govern how this law operates in practice? Well, my answer to that is, no surprise to those who have had to listen to me over the last 4 or 5 years, is Parliament. Amendment 266 requires that any ministerial guidance relating to the safeguards in this Act must return to Parliament for scrutiny and approval. And Amendment 271 ensures that the guidance issued under the Act has clear legal force, again, through Parliament. Taken together, these amendments are about accountability. You see, perhaps, and to answer the point directly that Liam MacArthur made about process, I don't think I see this as a particularly ordinary bill. I think this is an extraordinary bill. It's an extraordinary departure from our current practice and our current societal norms. And hence, I believe that the enhanced parliamentary scrutiny is essential. So much of how this legislation would work from day to day will not be found on the face of the bill. That's been accepted by the member in charge, which is an issue in relation to costs and budgets. But it will depend on the guidance produced after the bill is passed. That guidance will shape how safeguards are applied, how professionals are trained, and how the system operates in practice. If that guidance can be changed without proper parliamentary scrutiny, then the reality of the law could shift over time without this chamber ever having the opportunity to examine those changes. And that should concern all of us. Now, experience elsewhere shows how laws of this nature can evolve once they are in operation, and Canada is often cited as an example in this debate. Legislation there began with what many believe were strict limits, yet within a relatively short period of time, the scope of the practice expanded far beyond what many legislators originally understood they were voting for.
Jeremy Balfour.
I'm grateful to Mr Kerr for taking the intervention. Would he agree with me that we can already see that within our own jurisdiction? For example, Jersey last month changed the law to allow city suicide, and this week they already started to debate whether the law needs to be changed and to be made easier.
Stephen Kerr.
Thanks to Jeremy Balfour for that intervention. That is a very, very good example. And while I accept many members, members will hold different views about how that might develop, and that example is a template, I give way to Liam MacArthur.
Liam MacArthur.
Grateful to Stephen Kerr. I mean, I would caution him against using the example of Canada to reflect what happens in other jurisdictions with terminal illness mental capacity models. There are no examples of a terminal illness mental capacity model that has expanded the eligibility criteria. And in relation to Canada, it was a result of a case brought to the Supreme Court that the ban on assisted dying was unconstitutional. The fact that the Parliament then did not reflect the judgment of the court meant that there was a further appeal that was successfully upheld, and Parliament was required to expand the provisions in the bill. So conflating the situation in Canada with what we're dealing with in this bill, I think, is slightly disingenuous, and I say that with the utmost respect to Mr Kerr.
Stephen Kerr.
I'm grateful to Liam MacArthur for his intervention, and I would simply counter that by saying that in other aspects of this bill, when international comparisons have been cited, there has been a clear degree of difference in terms of what the interpretation of the evidence is. And I understand why members who are in favour of the bill might want to set aside Canada, but I don't think we should set aside any jurisdiction where this law has been enacted and what its experience has been of such a law in practice. And the example of Jersey is germane to this very point. But look, I accept that members will hold different views about any subsequent development of the law, but I suspect most colleagues would agree on one point, that such changes should not happen without full parliamentary scrutiny and democratic accountability. Safeguards should never be quietly diluted through guidance issued behind closed doors. I hope we would all agree with that. If this Parliament creates such a law, it must never lose control of how that law evolves. And that's the purpose of these amendments. They ensure that if guidance relating to safeguards is to be issued or changed, it must come back here for consideration and approval by the elected representatives of the people of Scotland. Yes, I would give way.
Ross Greer.
So I am inclined to agree with Mr Kerr on the importance of parliamentary accountability and scrutiny here. I'm just not clear on what the mechanism for it would be, because under his Amendment 266, it doesn't state what the mechanism for parliamentary approval would be. And apologies if I've missed that in another amendment. Is he envisaging something similar to what Liz Smith proposes, a resolution of Parliament or some other mechanism?
Stephen Kerr.
Yes, I think the ideas are similar in that respect, but Parliament must express its approval is fundamental. And the issue that I hope that Ross Greer and I are agreeing on is the importance of that democratic scrutiny and control. So the example of other jurisdictions has been quoted. I think if we're going to expand the law over time, if that should be an eventuality that is presented as a proposal, then that proposal must be accompanied by the highest level of legislative scrutiny, because that, frankly, is how profound an issue that is, and that's the scrutiny that such an issue, such a matter deserves. This Parliament should not place itself in the position of not retaining control over these matters. So Amendments 266 and 271 ensure that parliamentary oversight remains central to how this law operates. I hope colleagues may be sympathetic to that view. They ensure that safeguards cannot be altered without returning to this chamber. Again, I'm hoping that colleagues will understand my motivation in presenting these amendments, and hopefully it is appreciated more widely how important democratic scrutiny and control is. Because for legislating with matters of life and death, I don't think that level of accountability could be described as excessive. It's not excessive. I think it is the least that this Parliament should require. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. I now call Liz Smith to speak to Amendment 268 and other amendments in the group. Ms Smith.
Thank you. My four amendments in this group, 268, 269, 272 and 273, they build on the amendments that Mr Kerr has lodged. All of them, I think, sharing a common purpose to ensure that the Parliament retains proper and democratic oversight of how guidance under this bill operates in practice. And I actually believe that that is something that is shared by members across the chamber. Because colleagues do appreciate, and I think the debate over the last 4 days has shown this, that the bill places very significant responsibility in the hands of Scottish ministers. So the guidance that is issued under the Act will shape the service functions across Scotland, influencing the decisions that are taken by medical practitioners, health boards and other public bodies. So it's really for that reason that it's not sufficient for such guidance simply to be issued and then left untouched. Parliament has a very important role in scrutinising it. And I'll come to Mr Greer's point in just a minute. Amendment 268 provides that where guidance is issued under Section 5, whether that has to be reviewed or revised in some cases, those changes absolutely must be brought back to Parliament for approval by resolution. And Mr Greer, that's in the first instance, but the other amendments make that possible also at a later stage, should the Parliament determine that these changes have to be made. Amendment 272 ensures that such guidance is not left to drift indefinitely. It requires that guidance to be formally reviewed after an initial period of 3 years and then at least every 5 years thereafter. Because, just to answer Mr MacArthur's point, I understand what he's saying, that it is in some cases unusual for this guidance to have that parliamentary oversight, but I do think this is such an important issue that in this legislation I think it is not just sensible, but I think it is essential. Amendment 26. Yes, of course. Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful to Liz Smith for taking the intervention. And with regard to those periods of time, would the member be surprised if the guidance hadn't developed over that period, and it would be a concern if it hadn't to the member?
Liz Smith?
Yes, I think that's highly possible. And obviously some of that guidance would be a matter for the medical practitioners as well, who would obviously have an influence on which government ministers were responsible for reviewing it. But I think we have to have a parliamentary process that scrutinises any changes that we make, because it is Parliament that is the sovereign body. And as Mr Kerr rightly set out in his amendment, I think that is absolutely critical to the oversight of any legislation legislation that might pass. So Amendment 269 it goes a little bit further by placing a duty on the Parliament itself to review the operation and effectiveness of the guidance at least once every 5 years, and that review allows Parliament to assess whether the safeguards in the Act are working as intended and, where necessary, recommend that ministers revise the guidance if these safeguards are not being adequately upheld. Mr Green, yes.
Jamie Green.
Can I thank Ms Smith for taking my intervention, and I am eternally sympathetic to the notion that Parliament should have generally as much say in major changes as possible. We've amended other bills in a similar fashion. But in the back of my head there is a niggle on this, which is a technical one, and that's that we do not know what the next Parliament will look like, or its make-up, or its future views towards any legislation which may pass in this session. And I guess my worry is that could the resolution required to pass any changes in guidance be used as a way to block the bill in its entirety, or is it Ms Smith's view that if the future parliaments refuse to pass changes to guidance, then it would simply revert back to existing guidance and the bill would still proceed and still be lawful, or could this be used as a blocking mechanism by future parliaments?
Ms Smith. I thank Mr Green for that, and I think he makes an interesting point. I don't think that would happen because of the nature of the review of the Act having to be undertaken on successive period. The guidance, should it change, what my amendments are seeking to do is to ensure that if that does happen, there is a proper parliamentary scrutiny of that. And as I said when I was dealing with Mr MacArthur's point, that is unusual in some instances, but because this bill is so critical in a way that it's the most important debate, let's be honest, that we have had in this Parliament, and we have to ensure that these safeguards are in place. And finally, Amendment 273, that's a consequential amendment which ensures that the provisions relating to these review mechanisms fit coherently with the rest of the section. So, taken together, Deputy Presiding Officer, these amendments recognise that if Parliament legislates in this area, our responsibility does not end on the day that the bill passes. We absolutely must continue to monitor how the system operates in practice, how many people are accessing the service, the reasons for doing so, and the wider impacts on families, healthcare professionals, our NHS, local authorities. So that regular scrutiny and review will help ensure that the safeguards that Parliament intends are not weakened over time. So I therefore urge colleagues to support these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Smith. I now call Jackie Bailey to speak to Amendment 274 and other amendments of the group. Ms Bailey.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I've lodged Amendment 274 on behalf of Chaz, and I'll limit my comments just to that amendment in the interests of time. I've covered the arguments before about the unique challenges faced by young adults up to the age of 25 years old with a diagnosis of a life-shortening condition. And these include fluctuating and unpredictable conditions, reduced cognitive maturity and greater risk of coercion, communication differences and heightened safeguarding needs. So in that context, I believe there is a clear need for national clinical guidance to ensure consistency in the most complex of cases. Amendment 274 is about doing just that by requiring the Chief Medical Officer to publish guidance explaining how assessments should be carried out for young adults under 25 who we do know have fluctuating conditions. We would also expect the CMO to update it so that medical practitioners can provide consistent and safe assessment in the most complex of cases. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Ms Bailey. I now call Daniel Johnson, who is joining us remotely. Mr Johnson.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I just wanted to speak very briefly in support of Liz Smith's amendments. At stage 2, I proposed amendments which would have created a commission, a cross-party body to oversee the guidance. My reason for doing that is that I believe very strongly that so much of what we're talking about, including the very fundamental issues, will actually boil down to matters of practice, professional procedure and indeed the culture that will develop surrounding this. Therefore, I think it's absolutely vital that the guidance that's developed isn't treated like guidance in other areas that we legislate, that it continues to have ongoing parliamentary oversight, and so that Parliament can continue to monitor and indeed input into the development of that guidance. I think that Liz Smith's proposals are very sensible, and indeed I would say that the bare minimum actually that we require in order that Parliament maintains oversight over what will be incredibly sensitive guidance. And just to Jamie Green's point, and I think it's very relevant, that we can't bind our successors. We don't know what they'll do, but equally no legislation is immutable. That there is no telling what future parliaments may do to legislate, and all they need to do to undo any of these elements is to find a simple majority for them. That notwithstanding, I think we have to legislate in good faith and assume that our successors will make the right judgments, much as we are attempting to make right judgments today. So I would just urge members to support Liz Smith's amendments. I think they are very sensible, and indeed I think they're necessary.
Thank you, Mr Johnson. I now call the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, Amendment 54 adds to the detail in Section 23 to require the guidance to cover identification and consideration of indirect pressures. As noted in my comments in Group 4, professional guidance already supports clinicians to assess capacity and voluntariness. Embedding requirements in statute could increase the complexity and the length of assessments, with potential implications for training, consistency of practice and practitioner confidence. It would also require that any guidance was carefully developed to avoid creating expectations that all forms of indirect pressure can be identified or mitigated in a uniform way. Amendment 56 is a necessary technical amendment to remove Section 23(3)(a), given this refers to a subsection that does not exist. On Amendment 259, as I have noted before, there remains a lack of clarity around how any advocacy services would be funded or monitored in practice. The Scottish Government's view on Amendments 261 and 264, which add provision on mandatory training and related matters into guidance, is that these may give rise to issues of legislative competence in view of the G2 reservation regulation of health professions. Amendment 263 adds provision into Section 23 on guidance in relation to how provision of assistance under the Act is to be arranged by health boards. However, health boards have no existing functions in relation to provision of assisted dying services. On Amendment 265, the Scottish Government would note that it is unusual to specify in primary legislation a role for the Lord Advocate in the preparation of guidance. The Scottish Government's view is that Amendment 266 may give rise to issues of legislative competence in view of the G2 reservation of regulation of the health professions, insofar as it touches on training provisions. On Amendments 266, 268 and 269, I would note that it is unusual for guidance to be laid before the Scottish Parliament. On Amendment 274, I would reiterate comments the Scottish Government raised at stage 2, namely that it is possible that a Chief Medical Officer could conscientiously object to providing guidance on the Act. As such, it would seem preferable for guidance on this issue to be prepared by Scottish ministers rather than via the Chief Medical Officer. There may also be equalities considerations around specific guidance being put in place for those under 25. It would need to be justifiable. I give way briefly before I read out my last sentence to Pam Duncan.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking the intervention and his patience for such an untimely interruption. The Cabinet Secretary noted that it's unusual, or said it was unusual for guidance to go to Parliament. He also then said around some of the conscientious objections of the CMO, which of course I understand. Would the Cabinet Secretary not then say that if it was going to fall to Scottish ministers, it would be relevant then for that guidance to come before Parliament?
Cabinet Secretary.
I make no further comment on whether it could come before Parliament. That is for members to decide upon. I merely stress the Government's position is that it is unusual for guidance to come before Parliament. Normally these things are the responsibility of ministers to come forward with. I give way briefly to Miles Briggs.
Miles Briggs.
Thank the Minister. And to return to Amendment 265, because I acknowledge the Scottish Government do point out that it's unusual for the Lord Advocate to have a role in developing statutory guidance, but I'd suggest this merits such an approach, and would add that I think that the head of a prosecution service is actually very important to get the legal input into this bill around guidance ahead of any implementation, and just wondered if there had been any conversation with the Lord Advocate around what is currently sitting in the bill. And throughout the passage of this bill and the debate, I'd return to medical staff who will potentially opt in to doing this, being absolutely certain that they can have the confidence in what will then be in guidance, not in the bill.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, Mr Briggs tempts me to breach the ministerial code in terms of discussions that may be had with law officers. I would say that in terms of guidance that is produced by government, clearly government must always act within the law, and I'll rest at that point. For the remaining amendments in this group, the Scottish Government has no further comment.
Thank you. And I call Ross Greer to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 259.
Thank you. I'm grateful to colleagues who have indicated support for Amendments 259 and 270. I think what we've seen in this group as well is broad agreement on the need for ongoing parliamentary oversight and accountability here. On that point, I'm just about to reference Mr Kerr, so I'll speak directly to his 266 and then happily take it to his intervention. I do think that there is, I hope there is a majority for some kind of ongoing parliamentary oversight of the guidance here. I would suggest that we can do that through Liz Smith's amendments, which would possibly work alongside Mr Kerr's amendment 271. My concern with 266 is Clause C clearly relates to matters that I think we have broad agreement through these proceedings take us beyond devolved competencies. So my concern if we pass 266 is that it would actually undermine a lot of what we've achieved in making sure that this bill actually stays legislatively competent and we can have a straight vote as such on Tuesday. But I'd happily take Mr Kerr's intervention if he's still looking to...
Stephen Kerr.
I appreciate the comments Ross Greer has just made. I'm not sure that 266 does stray us into areas of questions of competence, but that will be a point of view that I respect he has. But my question to him really was around 259. The first time around when he was presenting 259, I should have got up then, I appreciate. But my question really is that given in 2022 the Scottish Mental Health Law Review found that only 5% of people that had a right in Scots law to independent advocacy actually got that advocacy. They couldn't access it. How confident can Ross Greer be that there will be any kind of underpinning guarantee to the delivery of advocacy in situations such as the ones that we are considering in this bill?
Ross Greer.
I think Mr Kerr makes an important point that we touched on yesterday. I believe it was the exchange between Pam Duncan-Glancy and myself that touched on these issues. What I would say on that, in terms of how he posed it to me as a question of my confidence in this, if I have the privilege of being elected to the next session of this Parliament, I certainly wouldn't intend on voting for the commencement regulations for this bill if I wasn't confident that all the other arrangements that we've included in here, the safeguards, particularly the advocacy services, are in place and are in place in such a way as they would be available to anyone who needs them. Because that takes me to... I just want to touch on Jamie Green's point, because he made a fair point, but Daniel Johnson touched on it, that fundamentally no Parliament can bind its successors. And on the concern about that, I would point to the fact that the commencement regulations for this bill, if it is passed, will need to be approved by the next session of Parliament anyway. None of us can say what the balance of opinions in that Parliament will be at this point, but given that those commencement regulations are already in the bill and the next Parliament will have to vote on them or decide on them regardless, I'm entirely comfortable with adding further to the duties the next Parliament will have in regards to scrutiny of how this system would operate. I'm about to close, but I'll take one more intervention from Mr Kerr and then round off.
Stephen Kerr.
You said in response to my intervention, respecting his integrity in his intention to act in a certain way. The problem is that that's a guarantee he can give for himself, I can give for myself, but actually we need something something firmer than that, don't we, if we're going to talk about offering advocacy to people that are entitled to it in this situation. And currently, given the current situation and given the one report that I have I've quoted, it causes me grave doubt. Does he share that doubt and concern? Does he understand the point that I'm making in relation to any kind of solid foundation for the advocacy that I think we both agree needs to be in place?
Ross Greer.
I do have, I think I've expressed it throughout these proceedings. I still have a degree of doubt about this bill full stop. I've not decided yet what I'm doing on Tuesday. On that specific point, though, I would point again, and this is not a foolproof solution, but I would point again to what is already in Section 14A, Clause 2 of Section 14A, where it does state that it is the duty of Scottish ministers to ensure that these advocacy services are available to every individual who would wish to have it. Now, I recognise that there is plenty across Scots law that obliges Scottish ministers to provide various rights and services to the public that we know are lacking. But on that point, again, I go back to what I was saying earlier. It will be the responsibility of the next Parliament to make a decision on this, and as somebody who believes that that is the right of Parliaments, I have to place my trust in the next session of Parliament. They are the people who will be elected by the public of this country to make those decisions. If I am one of them, these are the very issues that I will be carefully considering before I make my decision on the commencement regulations. With that, though, Presiding Officer, I will press Amendment 259.
Thank you. And the question is that Amendment 259 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 54 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with Amendment 259. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 54 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Angus Robertson for a point of order.
Unfortunately, I couldn't connect, Presiding Officer. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Robertson. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 54 in the name of Bob Doris is yes, 101, no, 18. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 260 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with amendment 259. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 260 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is not agreed. We will move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Shona Robertson for a point of order.
Couldn't connect. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Robertson. The result of the vote on amendment number 260 in the name of Miles Briggs is yes 113, no 4. There were 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 261 in the name of Rhoda Grant, already debated with amendment 259. Rhoda Grant, to move or not move? Moved. Thank you. The question is that amendment 261 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Bob Doris for a point of order.
My app's frozen. I would have abstained on this vote.
Thank you, Mr Doris. The result of the vote on amendment number 261 in the name of Rhoda Grant is yes 41, no 75. There were 6 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 55 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 259. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 55 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call amendment 262 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 259. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Moved, President Officer.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 262 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Bob Doris for a point of order.
I hope this concludes very soon, but I still can't connect. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Doris. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 262 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 103, no 12. There were 6 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 263 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with amendment 259. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 263 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Bob Doris for a point of order.
I'm advised this should be the last time I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Doris. We'll ensure that is recorded. I call Ariane Burgess for a point of order.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Burgess. And I call Jackie Bailey for a point of order.
I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Bailey. We will ensure that all votes are recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 263 in the name of Miles Briggs is yes 65, no 52. There were 4 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 264 in the name of Rhoda Grant, already debated with amendment 259. Rhoda Grant to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. The amendment is not moved. I call amendment 56 in the name of Liam MacArthur, already debated with amendment 259. And I remind members that if Amendment 56 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 265 due to a preemption. Liam MacArthur to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 56 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 56 in the name of Liam MacArthur is yes 73, no 45. There were 4 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. That preempts amendment number 265. Therefore, we move on to call amendment 266 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with amendment 259. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 266 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 266 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 34, no 81. There were 7 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 267 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 259. Bob Doris to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 267 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 267 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 64, no 53. There were 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 268 in the name of Liz Smith, already debated with amendment 259. Liz Smith, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 268 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 268 in the name of Liz Smith is yes 65, no 56. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 269 in the name of Liz Smith, already debated with amendment 259. Liz Smith, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 269 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 269 in the name of Liz Smith is yes 86, no 35. There was 1 abstention. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 270 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with amendment 259. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that amendment 270 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call amendment 271 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with amendment 259. Stephen Kerr, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 271 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 271 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 67, no 49. There were 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 272 in the name of Liz Smith, already debated with amendment 259. Liz Smith, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 272 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Jeremy Balfour for a point of order.
I think I would have voted yes, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Balfour. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 272 in the name of Liz Smith is yes 69, no 48. There were 4 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 273 in the name of Liz Smith, already debated with amendment 259. Liz Smith, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 273 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Carol Mockin for a point of order.
Abstros, and I would have voted no.
Thank you, Ms Mockin. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 273 in the name of Liz Smith is yes 78, no 34. There were 7 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 274 in the name of Jackie Bailey, already debated with amendment 259. Jackie Bailey, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 274 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Bob Doris for a point of order.
I'll ask more issues again. I would have abstained on this, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Doris. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 274 in the name of Jackie Bailey is yes 61, no 54. There were 4 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Suspend business at this point for a 45-minute break, so if members could return just after 10 to 1, that would be appreciated, where we'll begin debating Group 20. Can I ask any
Thank you. We will now turn to Group 20 on collection of data, provision of information and reporting. I call Amendment 275 in the name of Audrey Nicholl, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. I call on Audrey Nicholl to move Amendment 275 and to speak to other amendments of the group. Ms Nicholl.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I'll firstly move Amendment 275. So this group of amendments largely seeks to strengthen recording and reporting provisions in sections 23A, 24 and 26 of the bill, and at the heart of these amendments is safeguarding. So I'll begin with my own amendments and then I'll come on to other amendments in the group. So my amendments 275, 276 and 277 relate to duties on Scottish ministers to provide accessible information about assisted dying in the event it becomes legalised. Amendment 275 specifies the content of the information Scottish ministers must provide in this important section of the bill. It ensures that all information is comprehensive, accurate and balanced, including guidance on independent advice, safeguards against coercion or abuse, available alternatives such as palliative care and resources for suicide prevention and immediate support. Now, building on the concerns raised by my colleague Emma Roddick in Group 2, bolstering suicide prevention in the context of assisted dying is highly relevant for vulnerable individuals, such as people with disabilities who are more vulnerable to suicide ideation due to their disability. And I draw members' attention to the legal opinion by leading lawyer Tom Cross KC, who found this bill to fall short of safeguarding these individuals. This amendment seeks to clarify what accessible information must be provided by Scottish ministers, and it requires information to be set out on suicide prevention, including how to access immediate support. Now, this is essential for vulnerable people like those with depression who may be eligible for the bill if they fit the eligibility criteria. Along with Amendments 276 and 277, these amendments promote informed decision-making and ensure lawful assistance to end of life is accompanied by clear guidance on support and protection, as well as going some way in offering a level of protection to vulnerable individuals. Amendment 276 requires that all information provided under Section 23A is comprehensive, explicitly covering the legal, medical, social and ethical aspects of assisted dying. And it ensures that terminally ill adults, health professionals and the public receive full and balanced guidance, preventing selective or partial information and supporting informed decision-making. Again, accessible and balanced information is important for vulnerable individuals, particularly those with learning disabilities, given the general misunderstanding among the general public about what assisted dying means. Polling by Whitestone Insight shows that around 1 in 3 people who support assisted dying believe it means hospice or palliative care or the right to stop life-prolonging treatment. Clear, direct, balanced and non-euphemistic language is essential for any government guidance. Amendment 277 requires Scottish ministers to monitor and support and report on compliance, and it ensures that information is regularly reviewed, updated and publicly reported, and it establishes procedures to correct deficiencies. This prevents the provision of incomplete or biased information and guarantees that all recipients, terminally ill adults, professionals and the public have access to accurate and comprehensive guidance. This amendment is therefore a simple improvement that would give this section of the bill greater effect, and I therefore commend it to members. Though Section 23A is an important clause in principle, as it stands, it's too weak and poorly defined to be of greatest effect as a safeguard. So I trust members will feel able to support Amendments 275, 276 and 277. So turning to other amendments in the group, Stuart Macmillan's Amendment 279 strengthens the reporting requirement placed upon Public Health Scotland by removing reference to information only being provided, and I quote, only where it is known to them. And I strongly support this amendment. Other amendments 280, 59, 60, 61, 115, 62, 281, 282, 283 and 63 all extend reporting by Public Health Scotland on matters including the assessment process, first declarations, the provision of social care, side effects and adverse reactions, clinical recommendations to ministers and the operation of the period of reflection. Emma Roddick's amendments 284 and 287 require reports to include detailed information about safeguarding concerns, including the outcomes of any safeguarding investigations. And Amendment 287 requires reporting to go beyond just raw numbers and include a full analysis and comparison of data, for example, trends over time, risks to patient safety, and whether the provision of assisted dying is creating or worsening inequalities for particular groups, such as older or disabled people. Bob Doris's Amendment 64 inserts additional characteristics, such as deprivation and housing status. And Murdo Fraser's Amendment 295 inserts a requirement to report on the impact of an assisted dying provision on suicide prevention services, with Stephen Kerr's Amendment 296 inserting a similar amendment that relates to the impact of assisted dying provision on palliative care services. The only amendment that I would seek some clarity on is Liam MacArthur's Amendment 57 that relates to reporting on assessments broken down by eligibility or otherwise. It seems straightforward, but I'm very keen to hear Liam MacArthur's context and rationale for this particular amendment. So, Presiding Officer, as I said, all the amendments in this group are about safeguarding. They enhance reporting, allowing effective scrutiny and monitoring of the operation of the Act. So, as I said, I move Amendment 275.
Thank you, Ms Nicholl. I now call on Bob Doris to speak to Amendment 278 and other amendments in the group. Mr Doris.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My amendments in this final group relate to the review of the operation of the Act, something that will be essential if this legislation is passed. It will only be possible to review the operation of the Act effectively and meaningfully if adequate data is gathered whilst the Act is in operation. Therefore, Amendment 278 and related Amendment 285 requires periodic detailed reviews of a representative sample of cases so that qualitative evidence is available about the operation of the Act if it becomes law, something that is aided by the Parliament passing my amendments on the medical practitioners' report requirements earlier in our deliberations. The bill after Stage 2 saw only basic statistics required to be gathered. These are important but are mainly quantitative and can't on their own shed light on some aspects of the bill. For example, what is the experience of registered medical practitioners in assessing people for capacity and coercion? What works well? What have they found difficult? What is the experience of family members involved in the process? Were there difficulties which could have been avoided? How adequate to define the public information provided for in this bill? A case review process in Ontario, Canada, I've been told by the Scottish Partnership on Palliative Care, they believe provided to be a vital in identifying deficiencies in assessments and safeguarding vulnerable people. So why not have it in this legislation? Of course, yes.
Jamie Hepburn.
Having intervened on my friend Stuart Macmillan yesterday, I'll interview my friend Bob Doris today. If we'd been talking about a mechanism which resulted in many hundreds and hundreds of cases, I could see some sense in this provision, but I am slightly concerned. I see the government note makes this point. We are likely to be talking about a very small number of cases. What does he say to the concern that this could then veer into the area of being very clear about who the individuals are, the concern about opening up issues around privacy and so on and so forth?
Bob Doris.
I thank Jamie Hepburn for that intervention, and not to worry on intervening on me. That's not a problem. I would make 2 points, I think, in relation to that. The first point I would make is The government and public bodies have great experience in only publishing data that is statistically appropriately anonymised, and if they can't do that, then they can't publish it, and there's quite clear rules involved in that. In relation to a periodic case review, I've not set out how often that should be. I've left that to a generality. It would hopefully form the annual reports as well as the overall review of the Act, but clearly we don't know, is the point I make, Mr Hepburn, just how many people avail themselves of assisted dying. So it might be very small, but it might not be. So why not bolt this in place and do the periodic case review for a qualitative assessment of how it's working in practice? How I would respond to that point, but it's a reasonable point, I think, to make. My other amendments identify important data items without which it would not be possible to adequately monitor and understand the operation of the Act, which I will run through as briefly as I possibly can. Presiding Officer, 59 collects data on how many times the original medical practitioners conducting assessments took the steps provided for in Section 7. For instance, were inquiries carried out with health and social care professionals where provisions are made in Section 7. Amendment 60 would ensure we capture how many times medical practitioner reports had been completed and the reasons for approving or not approving an assisted death. 61 and 286 respectively would collect the number of applicants who were assessed as having or not having appropriate social care and palliative care respectively. 62 would collect the number of complications, adverse reactions and unintended effects reported under Section 15 on the provision of assistance. 63 will collect data on relevant professionals who have completed training requirements. 281 would gather the number of assisted deaths involving each practitioner, enabling the flagging of practitioners with unusually high rates. That might not happen, but it would be reasonable to gather that data anyway. 282 would gather data on the number of times the period of reflection was less than 14 days. I am keen to see all of these amendments on data gathering requirements with reporting to Scottish Ministers passed. Finally, I will briefly mention my Amendment 64 that Audrey Nicholl also made mention to. I think the details are important for full analysis of the impact of this Act across our society, but I acknowledge the challenges of collecting such data. 64 would capture data on whether a person who receives assisted dying lived alone. You can imagine why one would want to know that. In receipt of benefits, you can imagine why one would want to know that. The level of household deprivation and their housing status, all things that I think we reasonably want to know if there's patterns in relation to that, but it might be difficult to collect. I acknowledge that as well, but nevertheless, I've put that particular amendment forward, all worthwhile understanding any patterns in people who wish to seek and receive with assisted death. And with that, I'll conclude my remarks, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Doris. I now call on Stuart McMillan to speak to Amendment 279 and other amendments in the group. Mr McMillan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendments 279 and 290 strengthen the reporting duties in Section 24 by removing the vague qualifier, and I quote, insofar as known, and replacing it with a clear obligation of Public Health Scotland to take all responsible steps to obtain, verify and assess the completeness of required information. It ensures that gaps in data are transparently identified and explained rather than being obscured by uncertainty. This improves the reliability, the accountability and also credibility of reporting, enabling effective oversight and helping Parliament and the public to identify risks, trends or deficiencies in the operation of the Act at an early stage. Amendment 289 requires reports on assisted dying to be published and scrutinised by the Scottish Parliament. Transparency and parliamentary oversight are essential to ensure that the operation of the Act remains within its intended scope, and that's something that's already been touched upon today and previously during the Stage 3 proceedings by other MSPs. The evidence from overseas jurisdictions shows that assisted dying regimes can broaden over time in eligibility, practice or application. Therefore, the regulation, publication and scrutiny of reports will help Parliament, stakeholders and also the public to identify emerging trends or risks at an early stage and to take corrective action where necessary, thereby safeguarding against unintended expansion and maintaining public confidence in the law. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Mr McMillan. I now call on Liam MacArthur to speak to Amendment 57 and other amendments in the group. Mr MacArthur.
Thank you, President Officer. I thank the members who have spoken so far in setting out the rationale for their amendments. My own amendments in this group 57 and 58 are technical and ensure that Public Health Scotland report on the number of assessments which conclude a person is eligible and the number which conclude a person is not. And in response to Audrey Nicholl's query, at the moment the number of statements would be captured, but not the number of people deemed eligible and not eligible. And I think that's, a valuable strengthening of the provisions of the bill. Turning to Bob Doris's amendments 59 to 64, I'm not in support of amendments 59, 60 or 64, as I think that reporting requirements should remain targeted, purposeful and proportionate. I understand the rationale that Bob Doris has set out, but in particular Amendment 64 requires the collection of information on, for example, household status, receipt of welfare benefits, deprivation and housing status, which creates intrusive monitoring not clearly related to the bill's core safeguards. The reporting framework in the bill, as drafted, is designed to report on data collected by clinicians. Collecting the kind of information that would be required by 64, I think, falls outside the clinical role of doctors. And I take an intervention from Bob Doris.
I thank Liam MacArthur for that. It was a very brief intervention. I just wanted to make the point to Parliament, to yourself, Mr MacArthur, that I identified 64 separately from the rest of my amendments in data collection. I realise the issues with that, and I'm minded not to move that particular one. Just to inform members who might be considering other amendments, that one in particular I'm unlikely to move.
That's very helpful.
Liam MacArthur.
Does Brian Whittle still want to? Yeah, Brian Whittle.
Brian Whittle.
I'm very grateful to Mr MacArthur giving way. I think listening to Mr Doris speaking to his amendments, I think we've got to be really careful here. I think the collection of data here shouldn't be restricted, because it's the ability to interrogate it, and if some of the data doesn't reach the threshold that we require to be properly interrogated, so be it. But we shouldn't restrict the collection of data, because I think that what we learn out the back of that could be incredibly important as we move forward.
Liam MacArthur.
I think Brian Whittle makes a very important point. I think what Bob Doris was perhaps reflecting in his earlier intervention is that the rationale for why we would want to understand these sorts of things is one I think we'd all accept. I think what we're trying to do here is, though, put into place a bill and provisions within that bill that are deliverable. And I think the concepts such as, for example, the level of household deprivation, it does lack a clear definition and it's not appropriate for clinicians to make judgments on. I think Jamie Hepburn in an earlier intervention talked about potential privacy issues, given the numbers were involved. I mean, I listened carefully to Bob Doris's response to that, and I had some sympathy or some reassurance from the response he gave. But requiring terminally ill people to disclose details about financial information may also feel intrusive and could risk undermining the relationship with their doctor. So while I'm not opposed in principle to the requirement under 63, I'll take an intervention from
Elena Wisdom.
Yeah, just briefly, and thank you for taking the intervention, Liam MacArthur. I'm just wondering whether the data that we would already have access to in terms of SIMD1, etc., would actually be something that Public Health Scotland would be able to use as some type of indicator that maybe could address some of the issues that Bob Doris raises.
Liam MacArthur.
I think that's a very reasonable point to make. I mean, I understand we are presented with a bill at the moment, and members will see that as the way in which we address the concerns that we have. But it may very well be that those concerns can be addressed, or the information in this instance that we're looking to gather can be gathered in other ways without putting further requirements on the face of the bill. So while I'm not opposed in principle to the requirement under Amendment 63 for Public Health Scotland to collect data on the number of practitioners undertaking training, I note the Government's view the amendment raises potential competence concerns and therefore wouldn't support it. In better news for Mr Doris, I'm inclined to support his Amendment 61 and 62. 61 would reinforce the safeguard in the bill that ensures patients have been offered or provided with appropriate social care by reflecting this in reporting. Amendment 62 may strengthen safety monitoring as it will ensure Public Health Scotland publishes the total number of complications, adverse reactions and unintended effects, and this would fit, I think, well with the safety monitoring framework under the bill as it stands. Turning to Audrey Nicholl's amendments 275, 276, I'll take an intervention from the Cabinet Secretary.
I've heard what Mr MacArthur has said around Mr Doris's Amendment 61. I was going to cover this in my own remarks. Because Amendments 23 and 22 that cover this issue have been passed, is he concerned that there may be inconsistency in the bill if Amendment 61 is also passed?
Liam MacArthur.
That's a helpful clarification from the Cabinet Secretary. He may want to develop that argument in his own remarks later on. I'll certainly reflect on that, as I'm sure colleagues will across the chamber. Turning to Audrey Nichols' amendments 275, 276 and 277, these all seek to amend section 23A on the provision of information about assisted dying. These amendments seek to ensure that any information provided is balanced, comprehensive and accurate, which I consider would already be a requirement of the duty on Scottish ministers. Amendment 275 also requires that public communication features suicide prevention information. Without rehearsing the arguments I made in relation to the earlier grouping, international experts, as I said then, in suicide prevention have been explicit about the harm that conflating suicide prevention and assisted dying presents, and if I don't support Ms Nichols' amendments in this area. In terms of Stuart McMillan's amendment 279, I don't see a benefit in asking Public Health Scotland to report on matters not known to them. As it stands, the inclusion of the words insofar as known allows, for example, Public Health Scotland to record reasons given by a person for wishing to be provided with assistance where they are known, recognising a person is not forced to provide such reasons and may prefer not to do so. Turning to Mr Dorsey's amendments 278 and 285, given the comprehensive extent of the review and reporting provisions contained in the bill, including requirements to report on any complications and adverse effects, I don't see the need for these amendments. However, I'm not opposed in principle and while not persuaded, I'm prepared to accept them if Parliament takes another view. Similarly, I question whether Jackie Bailey's Amendment 280 is necessary. Any terminally ill adults aged 18 who request assistance under the bill will be captured by the bill's existing record-keeping, review and reporting provisions. Those under 18 are not eligible for assistance, and the likelihood of anyone under 18 seeking assistance is extremely remote. I think it would be very difficult for such data to be collected in any meaningful way, so I'm not persuaded on 280, though again prepared to accept if Parliament takes a different view. Amendment 115 from Sue Webber mandates that Public Health Scotland include in their reporting information on potential complications, adverse reactions and unintended effects. Again, I don't consider this amendment necessary given the other provisions in the bill which would ensure such matters are appropriately recorded and reported on. This amendment would simply duplicate and confuse the bill's existing provisions. Bob Doris's amendments 281, 282, 283 and 286 all add to the information that Public Health Scotland must report to ministers. Amendment 281, I believe, would be captured by existing provision of subsection 2b and is not necessary. 282 and 283 would add reporting requirements relating to the period of reflection and time between statements being made under section 8 and a person's death. Information on the number of times the period of reflection is shortened is captured on the statement forms, but I have no issue with that being set out in section 24 as well. Amendment 286 relates to reporting on the numbers of patients who are assessed as having been provided or not provided with palliative care, which I consider to be reasonable, and I support those amendments. Amendment 284 from Emma Roddick would, in my view, add further reporting requirements on Public Health Scotland, which risk duplicating the annual reporting and 5-year review processes in an overly prescriptive way. I'm not persuaded such amendments would be helpful, but again, I'm content to accept if Parliament takes a different view. Miles Briggs' Amendment 288, which I can support, would add reporting requirements around the availability of health and social care services to patients making a first declaration. However, I'm not supportive of Stuart McMillan's Amendment 289 as it duplicates and cuts across the annual reporting provisions already set out in the bill. I'm also not persuaded in Stephen Kerr's Amendment 291, which similarly risks duplicating and confusing the existing reporting and review requirements. The bill already requires the reporting of information, including laying each annual report before Parliament, and also provides for a full review after 5 years of operation, which must include reporting on the effective operation of the Act, including the Government's response to any concerns. I also consider Stuart McMillan's Amendment 290 to be unnecessary and maybe overly burdensome in terms of what would be asked of Public Health Scotland. It is not at all clear how, for example, Public Health Scotland are expected to verify information that has been provided to it under the terms of the Act, so I'm not persuaded by 290. Likewise, I don't consider Sue Webber's Amendment 116 necessary or would aid the reporting and review processes. As I've said, annual reports are required by the bill, which also provides for a comprehensive review after 5 years, allowing a suitable period of time for assistance to be lawfully available so that trends in meaningful data and experience can be considered to inform any future decisions. Turning to Murdo Fraser's amendments, I don't support 294 and 295 relating to the impact of the bill on suicide prevention services. As I've said repeatedly and say again, assisted dying is not and must not be conflated with suicide. I also don't believe Amendment 296 is necessary given the bill's existing provisions on the Code of Practice for Palliative Care. Finally, Stephen Kerr's, very briefly, Mr Kerr.
Stephen Kerr.
I gently push back on Liam MacArthur's conclusion on 296 because he has very carefully said throughout this whole process that that he does not see palliative and end-of-life services and assisted dying as an either-or. But this provision in 296 is the fulfilment, in part, of what he has repeatedly said, because it makes consideration of the impact on palliative care and end-of-life services part of the required reporting. Does he not accept that that creates the either-or that he has often spoken about?
Liam MacArthur.
I don't accept that because of the other provisions in the bill, and indeed the provisions that have been added to the bill as a result of the amendments that have already been passed during stage 3. I think there is a legitimate argument to make in support of an amendment, but if it ignores what is already in the bill as things stand, then I think it misrepresents the position as things stand, and that either-or between palliative care and assisted dying is not reflected in the way that Mr Kerr suggests. Finally, Stephen Kerr's Amendment 310 seeks to make the regulations in Section 24 subject to the affirmative procedure. I should note that the regulations are currently subject to negative procedure, and Mr Kerr has not altered that provision. So if this amendment was agreed, the regulations would be subject to both procedures, something I'm sure Mr Kerr would agree would be a legal first that we should be striving to avoid at this stage in the Parliament. That error aside, I'm content, as was the DPLR Committee when it considered the bill, that these regulations should be subject to the negative procedure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr MacArthur. I now call Jackie Bailey to speak to Amendment 280 and other amendments in the group. Ms Bailey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And this is, of course, my last amendment in this last group. Amendment 280 adds to the report already required from Public Health Scotland to Scottish ministers. So in addition to recording the number of people seeking assisted dying, perhaps broken down by characteristics like people who have made a first declaration or, if they decided not to go through with it, this amendment would capture data on those too young, that is under 18, who may have made a request. I absolutely understand Liam MacArthur's position, but he is right. This would apply to a small number of cases, but I think it's important that we understand this because, after all, my perspective is one of protection of children, and shaping approaches to palliative care would be informed by this. In general terms, I share Bob Doris's view. The more data collecting amendments, the better, because I think this is a complex area of policy and legislation, and we do need to understand how it works in practice and whether there are any unintended consequences. With that, I'll draw my remarks to a close. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Ms Bailey. I now call Sue Webber to speak to Amendment 115 and other amendments of the group. Ms Webber.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I first make a remark, just that in the last few minutes we've received an email from the Royal Pharmaceutical Society in Scotland, who have also stated their opposition to the assisted dying bill following the removal of vital protections to protect pharmacists who conscientiously oppose. And that goes to what some of these amendments are, because we should be making decisions that are driven around data. And my amendments 115 and 116 seek to strengthen reporting and accountability in relation to the use of approved substances under Section 15(1), because it requires that any complications, side effects or adverse reactions experienced by persons provided with an approved substance are documented in detail, including the type of effect, frequency, substance use used and any clinical or professional recommendations made to address these issues. Because all drugs have side effects. And we heard last week from a palliative care doctor how specialised the service is that they offer, how every single patient is different and that drugs act differently in every single patient's circumstance. And that's points I made to my amendments at stage 2 that were cast aside by those that claim to be nurses. We know that the cocktail of drugs that is used in assisted dying is a toxic combination that includes paralytics. We are not sure of what a person undergoing an assisted death is going through because the paralytics act first and quickly. This is not a Disney death, and serious side effects happen. For some people, the drugs do not work. Others take hours to die, and we heard of those earlier on this week from Ruth Maguire and Audrey Nicholl. Who's asking to intervene? Oh, Elena Whittam. Yes, sorry, I couldn't hear you, Ms Whittam.
Thank you for taking the intervention, Sue Webber. I find that turn of phrase particularly distasteful, and I wonder if the member would reflect on that and think about whether my mother's death that was legal under the current law, that took over 2 weeks, in which she starved to death, was a Disney death.
Sue Webber.
The term is not relating to what your mother experienced. It is relating to the perception that many have of what an assisted dying death would look like. And we have heard from members elsewhere in this chamber that that is not the reality. We have to stop pretending that that is the reality, because it is not. Serious side effects happen. For some people, the drugs do not work, and for others, they take hours to die. So if we do not monitor and record these situations carefully, we are unable to ensure that this service is as safe as it possibly can be. Colleagues, as we've just heard, this is clearly an incredibly difficult subject, and I may or may not be perhaps trying to get my point over succinctly, but emotions are high in the chamber, and they have been. But studies from the Netherlands and the US have noted that while complications are infrequent, they do occur, with some reports citing rates of 1.2% to 7%, depending on the methods. So that's either if it's intravenous or oral. And these complications can and do cause distress, and often require the administration of additional medication to complete the process, something we've yet not had clarity from as well throughout the debate about what happens when the drugs don't work. This amendment also imposes a statutory duty on the Scottish ministers to ensure that all recommendations are acted upon within 6 months of receiving the report, and to publish a statement describing the measures taken. The purpose of this amendment is to improve patient safety, enhance transparency, and ensure that lessons from adverse outcomes are systemically applied to prevent reoccurrence. Colleagues, this is a flawed bill that we can tinker around the edges and try to make safe, but it is fundamentally flawed. Within the powers that this Parliament has, we are unable to pass a safe bill, and we should not pass this bill. We cannot legislate for the drugs that are used, for the training of healthcare professionals, and for what happens when the drugs don't work. Presiding Officer, I move the amendments in my name. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Webber. I now call Emma Roddick to speak to Amendment 284 and other amendments of the group. Ms Roddick.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Colleagues will know that in general I am a big fan of data, and I think it's going to be really important that if this bill does become law, we collect the right ones. Amendment 287 requires reporting under the Act to include analysis of trends, patient safety risks and safeguarding concerns. We have international comparisons, which I've heard both sides of this debate pick apart and hold up as examples both for and against this bill. We do not know who will access assisted dying in Scotland, how that will look for them, or what impacts it will have. I expect that the picture will be different even in the Highlands and Islands compared to Glasgow. We do not know with certainty what impact protected characteristics in the context of an island nation with pockets of deprivation, depopulation, even lack of vitamin D will have on our population and the way that they seek to exercise rights under this bill if it is passed. Undoubtedly, without data collection on equalities trends, there will be compelling anecdotal evidence on both sides to claim that there is no equalities impact or that there are extreme equalities impacts. What this amendment does is let us keep an eye on what is actually happening here, not what we think or claim or guess is happening, not what happens in only the best or worst case, but trends and biases over time. We need to know whether groups with particular protected characteristics are using assisted dying more or less than expected in comparison to others. We have a duty to dig deeper into any trends, and to do so, we have to know what those trends are. UN experts have warned that disabled people, older people, and especially older disabled people may feel subtly pressured to end their lives prematurely due to the lack of appropriate services and support. That to me seems inevitable, and I am deeply concerned about the inherent risk of ableism being promoted through use of assisted dying, which is why I can't support the bill. But we do know that these inequalities span more than disability. I also want to know if poorer people, women, carers, racialised minorities use assisted dying more or less than others if it is offered in Scotland. I want to know if the known risks to these groups in healthcare generally, the difficulty that they face in accessing support services, the higher prevalence of disability, degenerative conditions, poverty and sexually transmitted diseases are having an impact on why and when assisted dying is used. What we then do with those data is up to us, but I hope that Parliament can agree that we should at least collect it. My Amendment 284 similarly collects data on safeguarding concerns, ensuring that if the Act works as it should and results in referrals to adult protection, social work, police or other safeguarding authorities, the information on those referrals can be taken into account when any policy changes or adaptations are made to the legislation and how it operates in future. My amendment also requires a summary of outcomes from those safeguarding investigations. There will undoubtedly be concerns raised that amount to nothing, and there is no risk found to the patient. And that is great and will show that the system is working as it should. I would expect those involved in delivering assisted dying to be extremely cautious and instigate investigations where there are slight concerns, allowing that investigation to determine whether or not they are founded. These data are important to collect so that we can see that the overall picture is as expected and hoped, I think, by everybody who's spoken to safeguarding in these debates, regardless of their position on the bill itself. My amendments ensure that we capture outcomes too, and I hope everybody would be reassured to know that people in positions to spot issues erred on the side of caution. Audrey Nicholl's amendments in this group are very important too in ensuring transparency. I would say that this group overall is essential. We must be able to accurately review and reflect on the operation of this legislation if it becomes law. I do have to say I think the intent of Bob Doris's amendments are very important as well. I heard Elena Whittam's arguments about SIMD, but knowing how unhelpful SIMD can be in describing rural and island poverty, and knowing that I myself live in the highest ranked SIMD area in the Highlands, I'm not sure that that general data set is helpful in checking what the actual socioeconomic status of people making use of assisted dying is. We shouldn't leave it to guesses and hope. We have to know who is accessing this and what issues have come up as a result. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Roddick. I now call Miles Briggs to speak to Amendment 288 and other amendments of the group. Mr Briggs.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. My Amendment 288 requires Public Health Scotland to report on the health and social care services available to individuals who made a first declaration, including pain and symptom management and psychological support. This should also include reporting on the availability of information about accessing palliative care services to persons seeking an assisted death. And I believe this complements my Amendment 299, which we debated yesterday in Group 15, and I move 288 in my name.
Thank you, Mr Briggs. I call Stephen Kerr to speak to Amendment 291 and other amendments in the group. Mr Kerr.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I know how uncomfortable much of the dialogue around this debate is, and because we're facing really uncomfortable truths about our own mortality and the mortality of the people we love, and that I know is dear to all of our hearts. And in offering my comments today, I want to be clear that I understand the sensitivities of people who might choose to support this bill, but I hope also that those who support the bill understand how deeply felt my and other people's opposition is to the bill. Now look at Group 20 as a whole, because it asks Parliament to reflect on something that is often overlooked when legislation of this scale is debated. Not simply how a law begins, but what happens after, the outcomes, the consequences, after it comes into force. and how this Parliament ensures that we remain alert to its consequences. I know that one of the responsibilities we have in this Parliament is for post-legislative scrutiny. This bakes in that the necessity of post-legislative scrutiny in a bill that is such a significant piece of legislation as this. So my amendments are concerned with that responsibility. 291 addresses what happens when the reports required under Section 24 of the Bill are produced. These reports will contain important information about how the law is operating in practice. They will show trends, identify safeguarding concerns, and reveal whether particular groups are being affected in ways Parliament may never have intended. At present, the Bill requires those reports to be produced. I do give way, yes.
Cabinet Secretary.
I appreciate Mr Kerr giving way. Does he accept, given what he has just said, that there is a requirement for post-legislative scrutiny, that his amendments could additional cost and a prescription that is not required, given that there is already post-legislative scrutiny in place?
Stephen Kerr.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. I'd say to the Cabinet Secretary that my experience, having served only 5 years in the Parliament, is that we're not particularly good at scrutinising the legislation. And by the way, Jackie Bailey is right, as other colleagues have been. Emma Roddick just said it. I agree with her too. I will vote for all of the amendments that call for more data. I will vote for all of the amendments that call for levels of post-legislative reporting, because we need to be better at that than we are. And when we're talking about such a significant piece of legislation, I hope that Neil Gray understands that I particularly feel that we need to have that level of detail and data so that the scrutiny that we give to this bill, should it become an act, would be of a different character than the run-of-the-norm sort of scrutiny that I'm afraid I have experienced in the last 5 years. So if I might just say again that about 291. 291 closes the gap. The gap that I'm referring to is that sometimes bills require reports, but they don't necessarily require ministers to respond to what those reports reveal. And 291 closes that gap. It would require Scottish ministers to consider the findings carefully and publish a statement setting out what action they have taken or propose to take in response. That statement must be laid before this Parliament. If ministers conclude that no action is necessary despite serious findings, they must explain that decision openly too. Collecting information is not enough. Parliament must ensure that what we learn leads to reflection and, if necessary, to change. Amendment 296 addresses another important dimension of that monitoring. It requires the reports produced under the Act to include the impact of this legislation on suicide prevention services. Suicide prevention is one of the most important responsibilities within our healthcare system. It's been mentioned earlier in today's proceedings. Every day, dedicated professionals work with individuals who are experiencing despair, isolation and the overwhelming belief that life has become too difficult to continue. If assisted dying becomes part of the healthcare landscape in Scotland, it will inevitably alter the context in which those services operate. That change may be subtle at first, but if pressures begin to emerge, if attitudes shift, or if unintended consequences appear, Parliament should know. Amendment 296 ensures that we do. Amendment 310 addresses a related but equally important question: how the Parliament scrutinises the regulations that will govern this reporting and monitoring framework. Under the bill as drafted, those regulations would be subject to the negative procedure. My amendment would instead require the affirmative procedure, meaning that they would not come into force without the explicit approval of this Parliament. That is not an unreasonable safeguard. If the law we pass today will affect how life may end in Scotland, the systems that we oversee and monitor in terms of its operation should not be changed quietly or inadvertently. They should be subject to full parliamentary scrutiny, and we have rehearsed the arguments for that in previous groups, and I think that case has been largely accepted by a majority of members. So members across the chamber will approach this legislation, I fully well know, and as I started out by saying, from different perspectives. But I've always been clear in my view. I think other people have been very clear in their view, and I respect that. But regardless of where we stand in relation to the principle of assisted dying, surely we can agree on this. If Parliament takes a step of this magnitude, we must watch carefully what follows. I give way to Bob Doris.
Bob Doris.
Listening attentively to Mr Kerr, also be reading your amendments, Mr Kerr. I was wondering Amendment 296, which is asked the Scottish Government to identify any shortfalls in funding, staffing and other resources for these services in relation to palliative care. That is within the terms of your amendment, but also the statement from the Scottish Ministers about additional funding, recruitment and training and other resources to ensure no reduction in palliative and end-of-life care services. All very noble, but my slight concern with that, and I would have some sympathies to all of that, is that I have tried through the course of this debate to say palliative and end-of-life care services stands independent and on its own and has to be appropriately funded. End of story, irrespective of assisted dying. And your amendment potentially, Mr Kerr, conflates those two.
Always to the Chair, Stephen Kerr.
I'm not sure that I followed how the last point. I'm willing to give way to Bob Doris if he wants to expand on his last point about the conflation of these two issues. What I'm trying to do is safeguard the funding and the level of service and frankly, the equality that should exist across Scotland in terms of access, which we have heard repeatedly again today, as we have in the previous 2 days or 3 days of the consideration of these amendments, that doesn't exist. I'm willing to give way again.
Bob Doris.
I'll be very briefly. So 296D talks about additional funding where there are shortfalls in palliative care provision. As a backbench MSP of government, I say there's shortfalls in palliative care provision just now. So 296 suggests that irrespective of this legislation, we are tying increase in palliative care funding directly to the provision of assisted dying, if I've read the amendment correctly, and that presents a little bit of an issue.
Stephen Kerr.
No, so I'm glad I'm glad that Bob Doris has further expanded on his intervention. That is absolutely not the case with my amendment. It's quite the opposite. Because, again, I lean heavily on what Liam MacArthur, the member in charge, has said repeatedly about his view as a proponent of this measure, that the assisted dying measures he's proposing and palliative care and end-of-life services go together. It's not an either-or. Well, that being the case, then the provision of the services that Bob Doris and I both feel very strongly about, and I pay tribute to the work that he's done over many years in this area, that's why this amendment is so important, because the issues of palliative care and end-of-life services need to stay preeminent in the consideration of the Parliament. That's why that's the root of the number of interventions I've made on other members during the last few days. And I hope that he's satisfied that 296 is not what he thinks it is, and he accepts my explanation. The bottom line is, and I conclude by saying, if Scotland, I'm happy to give way to Christine Graham.
Christine Graham.
Please do. I absolutely reiterate what I said earlier, and I think what the member in charge has said is, for me, it's certainly not an either-or. And I truly hope that this bill makes this Parliament and the next Parliament and any Parliament really look at the provision of palliative care, because it's been a bit of a neglected area. What concerns me is we can deal with this not in legislation. This is a matter for policy. Policy and financial decisions by successive governments about how we address the issue of the increasing need for palliative care, not simply in the end-of-life context, but generally. From babies and children and adolescents onwards, the whole issue, we should really look at how we provide this and not have left it so much to the charitable sector.
Stephen Kerr.
I'm grateful for that intervention. I respect very much what Christine Graham has said and also her long-standing advocacy of what she has just said. That's not, the situation that we're living with currently is, I think Douglas Ross said earlier, he said it was a national disgrace. And it is, that there is such inequality in relation to the choices that Scots face, and depending on what part of the country they live in, and indeed their circumstances, which has been highlighted by other speakers. So just to conclude my comments in support of my amendments, if we move down this path, and I hope we don't, we have a duty to ensure that Parliament remains informed, that ministers remain accountable, and that emerging risks are recognised before they become entrenched. And I say for the last time, because this is the last time in the consideration of the amendments that I will have the opportunity to speak in addressing colleagues, for legislation dealing with matters of life and death, the vigilance of this Parliament is not an optional. It's the responsibility of this Parliament. If we take these decisions, if we move in this direction, our vigilance, our continuing intense scrutiny of how this all works out, because so much of it is so vague. Liam MacArthur himself accepted that. The actual means by which this will be done. The nature of the structures, the costs. I mean, there's been so many areas where colleagues have been faced with the response to the questions we've raised have been, well, we don't know how this will work. Well, that being the case, and us being so much beholden to guidance, it is critical that the responsibilities of this Parliament do not end with the passing of this bill, if that's what we're going to do, as we've done with other measures. So, again, I would ask colleagues to support Amendments 291, 296 and 310. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. I now call Murdo Fraser to speak to Amendment 294 and other amendments of the group. Mr Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My amendments 294 and 295 build on other amendments in this group from Audrey Nicholl and others, and strengthen the annual reporting duty, which requires review of the impact on palliative and end-of-life care services, extending that to suicide prevention measures. Now, Presiding Officer, I know this is an emotive area for colleagues. We discussed this in the debate this morning. I know there are colleagues who do not like the use of language around suicide or assisted suicide being used in reference to this bill. I would just quote three things to them. First of all, Inclusion Scotland, who represent disabled people, have been clear that their view that the correct language in relation to this bill is assisted suicide, because that's the way that their members who represent the disabled community in Scotland see this. Secondly, our late colleague Jim Wallace, the former Deputy First Minister, said in an interview in 2022, the term assisted dying is misleading. What is actually being proposed is assisted suicide. That is that was Lord Wallace's view, of course, Liam MacArthur's predecessor as the Lib Dem MSP for Orkney. But perhaps most powerfully in this context, let me quote the International Association for Suicide Prevention. So the international experts in this field who've said there is overlap and equivalence between suicide and assisted suicide. And let me quote directly from the statement they made on the 1st of December 2025. And they say this: "We must ensure that all persons considering ending their lives or having their lives ended by others have access to high-quality suicide prevention assessments and interventions, regardless of their problems, circumstances and status of their eligibility for assisted suicide." Not my words, Presiding Officer, the International Association for Suicide Prevention. I will, of course, give way to Claire Hockey.
Claire Hockey.
I thank Murdo Fraser for taking my intervention again. The organisations and the individual that he quoted are not members of this Parliament. They are not here speaking on behalf of their constituents and on behalf of the people of Scotland. And for that reason, I would ask that Mr Fraser moderates his language, de-weaponises it and uses the language in the bill and the proposed legislation rather than using the terms that he has done.
Murdo Fraser.
Well, the member has put her view on the record. All I have done is quote from the international experts on suicide prevention, and members can make up their own view whether it's appropriate to quote those people or not in the context of this debate. But let me just make one more point in closing, because, well, I'll give way.
I think the member should consider that if somebody's mental state is such that they have a terminal illness but it's driven them to suicidal thoughts, that would be part of the assessment on capacity by 2 of the medical practitioners at the very, very least, and referrals perhaps also to social work and others under the guidance. So it's not a blank cheque. There are measures in place to ensure mental capacity.
Murdo Fraser.
I don't think Christine Graham is disagreeing with me in relation to that intervention she has just made. All I'm saying is that, as I was arguing earlier, suicide prevention should be made available to those, and we should do far more in society to promote suicide prevention. I just want to close, just if I may, Presiding Officer, just one comment on the wider debate about palliative care, because we've just heard that from Stephen Kerr and others. And I think the one thing that is clear in this whole debate is that there is a unanimity of view in this chamber that we need to see greater support for palliative care. We simply do not have enough palliative care doctors and support services across the country. And I think everybody, regardless of where they stand in this debate, and regardless of whether or not this bill eventually passes, would agree that needs to be happening. And we've had the discussion around whether that will be aided or abetted by assisted dying or not. There was a study by Anscombe Bioethics Centre who found that between 2012 and 2019, palliative care funding did increase in European countries which had assisted dying at a rate of 7.9% in that period. But in European countries without assisted dying in the same period, it increased by 25%. So countries with assisted dying did see increases in funding, and that point has been made during this debate, but we had a much lower increase in funding in countries that don't have it. So we should just reflect on that. But perhaps I can just close by saying, let us, whatever else we think about this bill, let us agree in the next Parliament we do better on palliative care. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Fraser. I call Rona Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I rise to speak against Sue Webber's amendment. Professor Michael Dooley, commissioned by the government in Australia to research and find the approved substance, wrote to the Health Committee and he outlined 100% efficacy of the drug protocol in Australia. Pharmacy stakeholders, including the RCP, Community Pharmacy Scotland and others, met Professor Dooley in Glasgow. So we know that the source of the drugs can work at 100% efficacy, and nobody has not died from these drugs. And just finally, I'm not a nurse, but I imagine others in the chamber who are would be offended by Ms Webber's assertion that the words "those who claim to be a nurse." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Mackay. I call Jamie Green.
Thank you. Just further to the debate we've just had, I think over the course of the last 4 days it's been clear there's been a small number of MSPs who've had a lot to say and a lot of MSPs who've had not much to say. I include myself in that latter category of being in listening mode. And equally there are a number of us who will have to go away from this chamber in an hour or so and spend the next few days reflecting on what we've heard, both from contributions but also the state of the bill as drafted and in amendments. And I think that's an incredibly important task that each and every one of us will take away, and I know we will do it studiously in our own way. But I think from this morning's session, like others having been here, I was struck by the testimony of Ms Whittam, who gave a very powerful and very personal representation of the status quo. And Mr Kerr is right, and Mr Fraser is right, that this whole discussion is uncomfortable, but it should be, I think, uncomfortable. Death is not always pleasant under the status quo, no matter how far palliative care takes it. And that's become so sadly apparent too, is we all want palliative care to improve. Any reporting mechanisms which help future governments make policy in this area, I welcome, and I'll support some of them from Group 20. But the very idea that people facing a terminal prognosis with months or weeks to live, as is the case will be in this bill as it has been amended, but the idea that these people are somehow naive to what the end might look like, I find both incredibly insensitive as indeed patronising to those people.
And I think the question that really we have to grapple with, and I'm one of those people, as I believe Ross Greer is, and perhaps in a few others, is whether we want to grant people any and all choices about how the manner of their death might be. And at the moment, that's clearly not the case. Not everyone has that choice. And I would say, if there is such a thing as a Disney death, and that's a phrase that's been used in this chamber in the last hour, then that's the sort of death that I want. I would love to have a Disney death if such a thing exists. But in the absence of fairy tale death, what is the next big thing? What is the next best thing? And the question I will have to wrestle with, and others will, is if I am willing on Tuesday evening to deny others the right to choose, then I am denying myself that right too. But equally, if I vote to give others that right to choose, I'm giving myself that right to choose. And that is something each and every one of us will have to consider over the next few days before we come back and vote on Tuesday. And I would ask members to reflect on that question, because that is the fundamental question that we've been asked to consider this weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Green. I now call the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, thank you. I open my contribution in this final group by asking all colleagues to be mindful of several consequential amendments that are to come in the raft of amendments that we will vote on at the conclusion of the amending stage. For instance, Bob Doris's Amendment 60 was contingent on Amendment 37 passing, which it has. I have also referenced Bob Doris's Amendment 61 in intervention to Mr MacArthur. Amendment 23 inserted, I quote, palliative care after appropriate social care in section 6(2)AA, but Amendment 61 does not account for that addition. It is a relatively minor but still a technical issue for colleagues to be aware of as we conclude our voting today. Amendment 63 would require Public Health Scotland's report to include information about the number of persons having completed training under the Act. As I have already outlined, the training provisions in the bill may raise issues of legislative competence and are therefore recommended for removal, with any necessary provision made instead through an order under Section 104 of the Scotland Act 1998. Amendment 64 would add to the list of characteristics by which information in Public Health Scotland's report is to be broken down, which from a deliverability perspective is very prescriptive on the data to be collected and analysed. Setting these requirements out in primary legislation ties limited resources into statutory obligations and does not allow for statisticians to adapt to changing needs. Furthermore, new processes and investment would be needed to be included to support this level of data collection, development and reporting. And I would make a similar comment on Amendment 287. On Amendment 116, from a delivery perspective, the requirements in this provision are resource-intensive, particularly given the reporting requirements already addressed under Section 26. It also seems to be requiring Public Health Scotland to provide clinical recommendations to be actioned by Scottish ministers, which would appear to be going beyond its usual remit. Furthermore, it does not allow for Scottish ministers in reviewing these recommendations to make a final decision on whether or not these should be actioned based on both the report and any other relevant information. Amendment 275 adds significantly to the information to be provided by Scottish ministers under Section 23A and would appear to be resource-intensive, potentially impacting on the clarity and accessibility of the information so provided. Amendment 276, also to do with the information provided under 23A, is similarly resource-intensive. In addition, from a technical perspective, the amendment is very wide-ranging and lacks clarity. The Scottish Government's view is that Amendment 277 would be resource-intensive and therefore incur significant cost to establish new processes and provide an annual report setting out whether requirements have been met with regard to the duty to provide information. This would also likely have an impact on the ability to provide comprehensive information by diverting limited resources to this reporting and monitoring mechanism. Amendment 278 would create a requirement for periodic detailed reviews to take place. Given the small numbers of people expected to undergo an assisted death in the early years, it may be difficult to balance the need for these reviews with the privacy of the individuals involved. Legal issues could also arise if the publication of a detailed assessment of a sample of cases was to result in the disclosure of private personal data. On Amendment 279, the Scottish Government is concerned that the removal of "insofar as known to Public Health Scotland" from Section 24(2) would risk Public Health Scotland failing in a statutory duty should such information not be obtainable. I give way to Mr Whittle.
Brian Whittle.
Very grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for giving way. And it's kind of the similar point I made earlier on. It's not the collection of data that we should be worried about here, because we can collect as much data as we possibly can to potentially be deployed in the future. And if we don't reach the threshold that the Cabinet Secretary indicates here, that would retain anonymity, we just don't use that data. But not to collect it, I think, is the wrong way to go.
Cabinet Secretary.
Mr Whittle has made his case. I've set out the Government's perspective. It's for colleagues to decide. I have no further comment to make on the intervention that Mr Whittle has made. It's a perfectly reasonable argument that he makes. Amendment 290 would impose requirements on Public Health Scotland around obtaining information. From a legal perspective, it is not clear what remit Public Health Scotland would have to require such information to be provided. I would note Section 25, which already provides for Scottish ministers to make provision by way of regulations about the provision of information to Public Health Scotland. Amendment 290 also provides that where information is required by Section 24(2) cannot be obtained, the report must specify the information that is missing, explain the reasons why it could not be obtained, and set out the steps taken to obtain it. While this goes some way to addressing the concerns I have just raised regarding Amendment 279, it does so in a way that would put further burden on Public Health Scotland's resources. On Amendment 284, the Scottish Government's view is that this would place additional data collection and reporting requirements on Public Health Scotland and other bodies in relation to safeguarding concerns, referrals and outcomes. This would require careful alignment with existing adult protection processes, information sharing arrangements and data handling requirements, including distinctions between substantiated and unsubstantiated concerns. Amendment 288 would require the report submitted by Public Health Scotland to include an assessment of the availability, quality and distribution of health and social care services to persons who made a first declaration. Public Health Scotland do not currently collect data on the availability, quality and distribution of health and social care services in the manner requested. As such, new processes and investment would need to be included to support this level of data collection, development and reporting. There may also be a need for duties to be placed on persons holding such information, such as health boards, to provide it to Public Health Scotland. From a legal perspective, there may be a lack of clarity as to the meaning of quality and distribution of health and social care services. On Amendments 289, 291, 295, these would have significant cost and resource implications. On Amendment 296, I refer colleagues to the comments I made on Amendments 298 and 299 in the previous group regarding the difficulties of collating required data on palliative care. For the remaining amendments in this group, Presiding Officer, the Scottish Government has no comment other than the technical points to be found in the commentary.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I now call on Audrey Nicholl to wind up and to press or withdraw Amendment 275. Ms Nicholl.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I will try and keep my remarks fairly succinct. And I opened this group of amendments describing them as straightforward. However, that may have unintentionally understated the crucial importance of data and reporting. And that's given that we know where assisted dying is legalised. Reporting provisions sometimes have sadly served as mechanisms for either widening out eligibility and relaxing safeguards, or for not taking any corrective action when major issues are flagged. It is crucially important that relevant and accurate information is captured to ensure that the concerns around vulnerable individuals who could be harmed by assisted dying legislation, those with physical and learning disabilities, people with eating disorders, victims of domestic abuse, those in poverty and many others remain protected by robust safeguards, and that the operation of legislation does not drift over time. So on Jackie Bailey's Amendment 280, this would record how many persons under the age of 18 or under, requested assistance to end their lives under this regime. Now, I welcome this amendment, which would increase accountability. We know that, shockingly, there have been successful efforts in some jurisdictions to broaden access to assisted dying in this age group. And in Canada, a 2023 Parliamentary Committee review of their assisted dying legislation recommended the expansion of assisted dying to children, though I note this recommendation has not yet been advanced. And we know that public support in Scotland falls quite significantly when they consider the fact that in the Netherlands and Belgium, children of any age may, in certain circumstances, be eligible for assisted dying. Now, this tells me that the public view the risk of this becoming a provision in Scotland is just too high. I note the clarification provided by Liam MacArthur on Amendment 57. My concern with that one was that, whilst this does seem innocuous, I'm worried about the unintended ramifications, given that this replicates the type of recording seen in Australia, which has gone on to be used by review boards and campaigners to argue for widening access. And I'll bring in Liam MacArthur.
Liam MacArthur.
I'm grateful to Audrey Nicholl. I want to take her back to her earlier comment. I mean, as I've acknowledged, there are no two assisted dying laws anywhere in the world that are exactly the same. And we do, as we have been discussing this morning and this afternoon, need to make sure we understand how, if it's introduced, it's working in practice here. But what we do know is that there is no example, as the Health Committee in the House of Commons concluded after a 14-month inquiry, no example of a terminal illness mental capacity model of assisted dying that has expanded its eligibility criteria. And that dates back to Oregon in the late 1990s. Yes, there are jurisdictions that have models of assisted dying that are more expansive. Canada and Benelux are the ones that she's referred to. But there is no example of them amending their criteria to become less eligible or reduce the eligibility criteria. But as I say, I would reinforce the fact that there is no example of a jurisdiction with a terminal illness mental capacity model of assisted dying that has expanded their eligibility criteria over the years.
Audrey Nicholl.
I thank the member for his intervention, and I very much accept the point with regard to different models. And I think, drawing on the comments he's made, perhaps different models have different strengths and weaknesses, but I absolutely note the point that he has made. So, my amendments 275 and 276 and 277 and the amendments of Bob Doris, Emma Roddick, Miles Briggs, Sue Webber and Murdo Fraser all attempt to bolster reporting and increase accountability, and I consider them proportionate and that they will strengthen and complement reporting. And I am mindful of the comments that have been made with regard to overlap and duplication. This brings me on to issues flagged in Oregon, where over two-thirds of data have found to be missing in reports on issues like complications. Annual reporting has shown that in practice, the application of the terminal illness threshold has expanded well beyond a normal understanding. And despite this being clear in annual reporting, the issues have not been rectified. And I doubt that this was the original intent of lawmakers. And in fact, last year in Washington State, they decided that due to budget restrictions, they would drop annual reporting on their operation of assisted dying altogether. Now, I think this again, in terms of the evidence from abroad, flags for us the issue that even with the best reporting, incrementalist expansion or a lack of corrective action remains a risk. And I would draw members' attention to Stuart McMillan, Stephen Kerr and Sue Webber's amendments 289, 296 and 116 in this regard, which attempt to address this. So, like other members, I commend the Scottish Government suicide prevention in Scotland. It is a world-leading strategy, as was highlighted earlier by Kevin Stewart. And I had the privilege of supporting development of that strategy in its very early format, and that certainly was not yesterday. And this strategy is essential when it comes to issues like the vulnerability of terminally ill people who are considering ending their own lives. And we know that with proper support, this desire to die diminishes. I will.
Jackie Dunbar.
I thank the member for taking the intervention, and like Jamie Green, I have been pretty silent for a change in this chamber. Could I ask the member, do you agree that there are currently no safeguards when a dying person attempts to take their own life or travel overseas for an assisted death? Under the current law, vulnerable folk can choose to starve themselves to death by voluntarily stopping eating and drinking, and many do. It's legal, and doctors are required to support them. So could the member explain why this is acceptable, while the safeguarded option set out in the bill isn't?
Audrey Nicholl.
I thank the member for for giving way, and I do not consider that that is acceptable whatsoever. I think the point that we're trying to make is that we want to make sure that the bill, if it is passed, has the most robust safeguards included in it. And my contention is that clear, accurate and comprehensive reporting is a significant part of that provision. Amendments like 295, in the name of Murdo Fraser, and my own 275 will better ensure that suicide prevention and support for those who are vulnerable is available for people considering taking their lives. Reviews mean that the government is better equipped to take corrective measures when issues arise if the bill is passed. Safeguarding must be at the heart of any legislation passed relating to the use of lethal drugs, so I will push my amendments to be voted on now. Just finally, Presiding Officer, picking up on a couple of the points that were made during members' contributions and returning to Amendment 64, I note, not on this amendment, but I completely agree with points that Bob Doris made with regard to the importance of qualitative data, not just numbers, and I think that's worth drawing out in the debate. And I do acknowledge the points that have been made with regard to the ease and the practicalities that might be involved in collecting data within Amendment 64. I'm also drawn to the comments made by Bob Doris with regard to Amendment 296, and I will certainly reflect on the comments that Bob Doris made. So, to close, Presiding Officer, while I urge members to support the amendments in this grouping, I must warn that they can only go so far in pushing back against incrementalism that could come if we choose to endorse people taking their lives at the bill's final vote. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will just confirm, Ms Nicholl, you are pressing Amendment 275.
I am. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 275 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Jackie Dunbar for a point of order.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My vote is still counting down, so I'm not sure if my vote was registered. I would have voted no.
can... Oh. I can confirm that your vote... Can you repeat what you said, Ms Dunbar?
I had, after the restart today, I had difficulty reconnecting, and when I did get through, I voted no with what I thought was 1 second to spare, but on my page it said I still had 15 seconds to spare, so I was just double checking that my vote had actually gone through.
Thank you, Ms Dunbar. It has been recorded.
Thank you.
Thank you. The result of the vote on amendment number 275 in the name of Audrey Nicholl is yes 58, no 60. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 276 in the name of Audrey Nicholl, already debated with amendment 275. Audrey Nicholl, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 276 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 276 in the name of Audrey Nicholl is yes 57, no 62. There were two abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Point of order, Martin Whitfield.
Officer, I've had indications from members who were online that I think pursuant to the error that it may or may not have occurred within the first state, there was a misunderstanding that that vote was open longer than people who were listening in heard, because obviously it was 1 minute because it was the first vote. So just to clarify, the period of time that people have to vote going forward online would be helpful, I feel.
Yes, thank you, Mr Whitfield. For clarity, all the remaining votes will be 30-second divisions. Thank you. I call amendment 277 in the name of Audrey Nicholl, already debated with amendment 275. Audrey Nicholl, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 277 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Claire Adamson for a point of order. Can I have Miss Adamson's microphone, please?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I voted yes.
Thank you, Miss Adamson. The result of the vote on amendment number 277 in the name of Audrey Nicholl is yes 57, no 61. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 278 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 275. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 278 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 278 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 71, no 49. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 279 in the name of Stuart McMillan, already debated with amendment 275. Stuart McMillan, to move or not move?
Not moved.
The amendment is not moved. I call amendment 57 in the name of Liam MacArthur, already debated with amendment 275. Liam MacArthur, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 57 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call amendment 280 in the name of Jackie Bailey, already debated with amendment 275. Jackie Bailey, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 280 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Angela Constance for a point of order.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Lost connection. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Ms Constance. So yes. I call Craig Hoy for a point of order.
Apologies, Presiding Officer. Similarly, I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Hoy. The result of the vote on amendment number 280 in the name of Jackie Bailey is yes 76, no 42. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 58 in the name of Liam MacArthur, already debated with amendment 275. Liam MacArthur, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 58 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 58 in the name of Liam MacArthur is yes, 111. There were 4 votes against, there were 4 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 59 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 275. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Moved.
Moved. Thank you. The question is that amendment 59 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 59 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 71, no 46. There were 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 60 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 275. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 60 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 60 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 80, no 38. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 61 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 275. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Moved.
Bear with me one moment. Thank you. The question is that amendment 61 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 61 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 88, no 31. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 115 in the name of Sue Webber, already debated with amendment 275. Sue Webber, to move or not move? Moved. The question is that amendment 115 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 115 in the name of Sue Webber is yes 36, no 71. There were 8 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 62 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 275. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 62 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The amendment is agreed. I call amendment 281 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 275. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 281 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 281 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 63, no 54. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 282 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 275. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 282 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Angus Robertson for a point of order.
Presiding officer, I couldn't connect. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Robertson. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 282 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 109, no 11. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 283 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 275. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 283 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 283 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 105, no 17. There was 1 abstention. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 63 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 275. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. The amendment is not moved. I call Amendment 284 in the name of Emma Roddick, already debated with Amendment 275. Emma Roddick, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 284 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 284 in the name of Emma Roddick The result of the vote on amendment number 284 in the name of Emma Roddick is yes 60, no 60. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore, the vote is tied. And as is usual, when the Parliament has not been able to reach a decision, I am obliged to exercise a casting vote, and the established convention is to vote in favour of the status quo, as the Chair is required to act impartially. Therefore, I cast my vote against the amendment, and the amendment is therefore not agreed to. Thank you. I call Amendment 285 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with Amendment 275. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 285 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 285 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 93, no 26. There were 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 286 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 275. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 286 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 286 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 105, no 12. There were 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call Amendment 287 in the name of Emma Roddick, already debated with Amendment 275. Emma Roddick, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 287 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 287 in the name of Emma Roddick is yes 78, no 43. There was 1 abstention. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 64 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 275. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Not moved.
The amendment is not moved. I call amendment 288 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with amendment 275. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 288 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Graham Day for a point of order.
Apologies, Presiding Officer, I couldn't connect. I'd have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Day. The result of the vote on amendment number 288 in the name of Miles Briggs is yes 97, no 22. There were 4 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 289 in the name of Stuart McMillan, already debated with amendment 275. Stuart McMillan, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 289 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 289 in the name of Stuart McMillan is yes 56, no 64. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 290 in the name of Stuart McMillan, already debated with amendment 275. Stuart McMillan, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 290 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 290 in the name of Stuart McMillan is yes 70, no 48. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 291 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with amendment 275. Stephen Kerr, to move or not move? Moved. The question is that amendment 291 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 291 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 52, no 67. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 116 in the name of Sue Webber, already debated with amendment 275. Sue Webber, to move or not move? Moved. The question is that amendment 116 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 116 in the name of Sue Webber is yes 45, no 72. There were 4 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 292 in the name of Daniel Johnson, already debated with amendment 240. Daniel Johnson, to move or not move? Mr Johnson, perhaps you are on mute. I can see that Mr Johnson is saying not moved, but we cannot hear him. Bear with us for a moment, Mr Johnson. We'll see if we can change things from this end. So, on this issue, Mr McKee. Mr McKee, that's very helpful. However, it would be good if we could hear Mr Johnson, so let's just bear with him for a moment, because I wouldn't want to... I'd like to be entirely clear. Oh. Point of order, Claire Adamson.
Officer, I just wanted to make the point that this happened to me working from home the other day. The other members online in the group could all hear me. but it wasn't being put out into the chamber. And this is now, I think, the third or fourth time this has happened to people working. I did ask at that point that it be looked into, because I didn't think I was at fault. I still don't think I was at fault. And I think this is another example where there is a glitch in the system, and I think this is too important for that to let that stand.
Thank you, Ms Adamson. I'll certainly continue to look into this. So, I have to confess, because I was looking that way, I didn't see what Mr Johnson did. Oh, I see. Yes, thank you, thank you. And we're wholly content that Mr Johnson's amendment is not moved. Thank you. So, Amendment 292 is not moved. We move on, and I call Amendment 293 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with Amendment 240. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 293 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 293 in the name of Miles Briggs is yes 50, no 69. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 294 in the name of Murdo Fraser, already debated with amendment 275. Murdo Fraser, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 294 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. Point of order, Mary McCallan.
I couldn't vote. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Ms McCallan. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 294 in the name of Murdo Fraser is yes 50, no 68. There was 1 abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 295 in the name of Murdo Fraser, already debated with amendment 275. Murdo Fraser, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 295 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 295 in the name of Murdo Fraser is yes 45, no 69. There were 6 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 296 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with Amendment 275. Stephen Kerr, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 296 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. Therefore, we will move to division, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 296 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 51, no 68. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 117 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with Amendment 112. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 117 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 117 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 82, no 35. There were 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 118 in the name of Jackie Bailey, already debated with amendment 112. Jackie Bailey, to move or not move?
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 118 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 118 in the name of Jackie Bailey is yes 104, no 16. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 119 in the name of Sue Webber, already debated with amendment 112. Sue Webber, to move or not move? Moved. The question is that amendment 119 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 119 in the name of Sue Webber is yes 50, no 68. There were 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 297 in the name of Jeremy Balfour. Already debated with amendment 112. Jeremy Balfour to move or not move. The question is that amendment 297 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 297 in the name of Jeremy Balfour is yes 48, no 70. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 298 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with amendment 112. Stephen Kerr to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 298 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 298 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 49, no 66. There were 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 299 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with amendment 112. Miles Briggs to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 299 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 299 in the name of Miles Briggs is yes 101, no 17. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 120 in the name of Liam MacArthur, already debated with amendment 3. Liam MacArthur to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 120 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 120 in the name of Liam MacArthur is yes 92, no 18. There were 10 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 121 in the name of Liam MacArthur, already debated with amendment 3. Liam MacArthur, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 121 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 121 in the name of Liam MacArthur is yes 95, no 17. There were 9 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 300 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with amendment 150. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 300 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 300 in the name of Miles Briggs is yes 40, no 70. There were 8 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 65 in the name of Liam MacArthur, already debated with amendment 94. Liam MacArthur, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 65 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 65 in the name of Liam MacArthur is yes 90, no 4. There were 21 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 122 in the name of Sue Webber, already debated with amendment 90. Sue Webber, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 122 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 122 in the name of Sue Webber is yes 43, no 68. There were 9 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 123 in the name of Liam MacArthur, already debated with amendment 3. Liam MacArthur, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 123 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 123 in the name of Liam MacArthur is yes 90, no 16. There were 12 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 124 in the name of Sue Webber, already debated with amendment 90. Sue Webber, to move or not move?
Not moved.
The amendment is not moved. I call amendment 66 in the name of Jackie Bailey.
Moved.
Already debated with amendment 240. Jackie Bailey has moved the amendment. The question is that amendment 66 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call amendment 125 in the name of Liam MacArthur, already debated with amendment 3, and I remind members that if amendment 125 is agreed to, I cannot call amendment 301 due to a preemption. Liam MacArthur, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 125 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 125 in the name of Liam MacArthur is yes 88, no 19. There were 11 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Therefore, I cannot call amendment 301, and I call amendment 302 in the name of Miles Briggs, already debated with amendment 142. Miles Briggs, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 302 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Shona Robertson for a point of order. Can we have Miss Robertson's microphone, please?
I would have voted no.
Thank you. We'll ensure that is recorded. I call Liam MacArthur for a point of order.
Thank you. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr MacArthur. The result of the vote on amendment number 302 in the name of Miles Briggs is yes 52, no 64. There were 4 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 303 in the name of Brian Whittle, already debated with amendment 149. Brian Whittle, to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
The question is that amendment 303 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 303 in the name of Brian Whittle is yes 64, no 49. There were 4 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 304 in the name of Brian Whittle, already debated with amendment 150. Brian Whittle, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 304 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 304 in the name of Brian Whittle is yes 66, no 44. There were 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 306 in the name of Fulton McGregor, already debated with amendment 150. Fulton McGregor, to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
The question is that amendment 306 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 306 in the name of Fulton McGregor is yes 70, no 46. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 305 in the name of Brian Whittle, already debated with amendment 144. Brian Whittle to move or not move?
Not moved.
The amendment is not moved. I call amendment 20 in the name of Jackie Bailey, already debated with amendment 142. Jackie Bailey to move or not move?
Not moved.
The amendment is not moved. I call amendment 307 in the name of Jeremy Balfour, already debated with amendment 150. Jeremy Balfour to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 307 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 307 in the name of Jeremy Balfour is yes 50, no 68. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 6. Point of order. Neil Gray.
Presiding Officer, I'm conscious that most of the remaining amendments that we are to take are in some way consequential on previous amendments that have been taken. This last one that was just moved, I recognise that was not moved by the member in charge of the amendment, was consequential on the previous amendment that was not passed. I wonder if I could seek your guidance on whether or not MSPs have an obligation to ensure we're making good law by keeping tabs on whether their amendments are consequential than previous.
That is a matter for members. The amendments do have to be called and disposed of. Thank you. Okay. I call Amendment 67 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with Amendment 150. Bob Doris to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
The question is that Amendment 67 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 68 in the name of Liam MacArthur, already debated with Amendment 94. Liam MacArthur to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 68 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 126 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 90. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 126 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 69 in the name of Jackie Bailey, already debated with Amendment 240. Jackie Bailey to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 69 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 127 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 90. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 127 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 21 in the name of Daniel Johnson, already debated with Amendment 142. Daniel Johnson
Moved.
to move or not move? The question is that Amendment 21 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 21 in the name of Daniel Johnson is yes 56, no 58. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 308 in the name of Jackie Bailey, already debated with amendment 142. Jackie Bailey, to move or not move?
Not moved.
The amendment is not moved. I call amendment 128 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with amendment 90. Cabinet Secretary, to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that amendment 128 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call amendment 70 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 90. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Not moved.
The amendment is not moved. I call amendment 71 in the name of Liam MacArthur, already debated with amendment 247. Liam MacArthur, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 71 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call amendment 309 in the name of Fulton McGregor, already debated with amendment 240. Fulton McGregor, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. The amendment is not moved. I call amendment 129 in the name of Jackie Bailey, already debated with amendment 256. Jackie Bailey, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 129 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call amendment 310 in the name of Stephen Kerr, already debated with amendment 275. Stephen Kerr, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 310 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 310 in the name of Stephen Kerr is yes 46, no 68. There were 7 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 311 in the name of Daniel Johnson, already debated with amendment 240. Daniel Johnson, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 72 in the name of Liam MacArthur, already debated with amendment 240. Liam MacArthur, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 72 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Annie Wells for a point of order.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My phone wouldn't work and I would have voted no.
Thank you, Ms Wells. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 72 in the name of Liam MacArthur is yes 75, no 38. There were 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 312 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated, with amendment 198. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that amendment 312 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call amendment 130 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated, with amendment 90. Cabinet Secretary, to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that amendment 130 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call amendment 73 in the name of Liam MacArthur, already debated, with amendment 240. Liam MacArthur, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 73 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 73 in the name of Liam MacArthur is yes 76, no 37. There were 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 131 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated, with amendment 90. Cabinet Secretary, to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that amendment 131 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call amendment 74 in the name of Liam MacArthur, already debated, with amendment 240. Liam MacArthur, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 74 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Graham Day for a point of order.
Apologies, Presiding Officer, my app wasn't working. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Day. The result of the vote on amendment number 74 in the name of Liam MacArthur is yes 74, no 41. There were 6 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 132 in the name of Jackie Bailey, already debated, with amendment 256. Jackie Bailey, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 132 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call amendment 313 in the name of Michael Mara, already debated, with amendment 112. Michael Mara, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 133 in the name of Liam MacArthur, already debated, with amendment 142. Liam MacArthur, to move or not move?
Moved.
I call amendment 133B in the name of Ross Greer, already debated, with amendment 3. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Not move.
The amendment is not moved.
Call the next one. Yes. Go to 133A.
I call amendment 133A in the name of Ross Greer, already debated, with amendment 3. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that amendment 133A be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 133A in the name of Ross Greer is yes 74, no 40. There were 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Liam MacArthur to press or withdraw amendment 133 as amended.
Pressed.
The question is that amendment 133 as amended be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 133 in the name of Liam MacArthur is yes 77, no 38. There were 4 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 314 in the name of Michael Mara. Already debated with amendment 112. Michael Mara to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 76 in the name of Bob Doris. Already debated with amendment 144. Bob Doris to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 76 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 76 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 56, no 48. There were 11 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 315 in the name of Paul O'Kane, already debated with amendment 144. And I remind members that if amendment 315 is agreed to, I cannot call amendment 76 due to preemption. Paul O'Kane to move or not move?
Yes, I shall ask him.
Can I confirm, Mr O'Kane, are you moving or not moving amendment 315?
I am moving.
Moving. Thank you. The question is that amendment 315 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 315 in the name of Paul O'Kane is yes 25, no 90. There were 4 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 77 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 144. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 77 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 77 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 56, no 51. There were 9 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 78 in the name of Brian Whittle, already debated with amendment 150. Brian Whittle, to move or not move?
Moved, please.
Thank you. I call amendment 78A in the name of Brian Whittle, already debated with amendment 150. Brian Whittle, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 78A be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
We are agreed. As amended. Brian Whittle, to press or withdraw amendment 78.
Press.
As amended. The question is that amendment 78 as amended be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call amendment 316 in the name of Daniel Johnson, already debated with amendment 2.
Moved.
Daniel Johnson, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 316 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 316 in the name of Daniel Johnson is yes 70, no 45. There were 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 317 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 2. Bob Doris, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 318 in the name of Sue Webber, already debated with amendment 2. Sue Webber, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 319 in the name of Paul O'Kane, already debated with amendment 144. Claire Baker, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 319 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The result of the vote on amendment number 319 in the name of Paul O'Kane is yes 63, no 54. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call Amendment 134 in the name of Sue Webber, already debated with Amendment 90. Sue Webber to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call Amendment 79 in the name of Liam MacArthur, already debated with Amendment 150. Liam MacArthur to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 79 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No.
The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 79 in the name of Liam MacArthur is yes 85, no 28. There were 4 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call Amendment 320 in the name of Paul O'Kane, already debated with Amendment 144, and I remind members that if Amendment 320 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 80 due to a preemption. Claire Baker to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 320 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 320 in the name of Paul O'Kane is yes 28, no 85. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 80 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with Amendment 144. Bob Doris to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 80 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 80 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 59, no 43. There were 11 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call Amendment 321 in the name of Paul O'Kane, already debated with Amendment 144. Claire Baker to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 321 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 321 in the name of Paul O'Kane is yes 63, no 54. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 135 in the name of Sue Webber, already debated with amendment 90. Sue Webber to move or not move?
Not moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I call amendment 81 in the name of Liam MacArthur, already debated with amendment 150. Liam MacArthur to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 81 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call amendment 82 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 144. Bob Doris to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 82 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division. Members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 82 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 50, no 55. There were 11 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 83 in the name of Brian Whittle, already debated with amendment 150. Brian Whittle to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 83A in the name of Brian Whittle, already debated with amendment 150. Brian Whittle to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 83A be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Brian Whittle to press or withdraw amendment 83 as amended. The question is that amendment 83 as amended be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call amendment 322 in the name of Daniel Johnson, already debated with amendment 2. Daniel Johnson to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 322 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 322 in the name of Daniel Johnson is yes 70, no 47. There were 3 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 323 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 2. Bob Doris to move or not move?
Moved.
Sorry, Mr Doris.
Not moved.
Thank you. The amendment is not moved. I call amendment 324 in the name of Sue Webber, already debated with amendment 2. Sue Webber to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 84 in the name of Bob Doris, already debated with amendment 144. Bob Doris to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 84 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 84 in the name of Bob Doris is yes 42, no 66. There were 8 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 85 in the name of Liam MacArthur, already debated with amendment 150. Liam MacArthur, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 85 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 85 in the name of Liam MacArthur is yes 85, no 29. There were 4 abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. We have had detailed consideration of amendments and members have noted the manner and spirit in which our proceedings have been conducted, but that ends consideration of stage 3 amendments. And as members will be aware, I am required under standing orders to decide whether or not, in my view, any provision of a bill relates to a protected subject matter, and that is whether it modifies the electoral system and franchise for Scottish parliamentary elections. In the case of this bill, in my view, no provision of assisted dying for terminally ill adult Scotland bill relates to a protected subject matter. Therefore, the bill does not require a supermajority to be passed at stage 3. Our next item of business is consideration of business motion 21096 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on changes to business. Any member who wishes to speak to the motion should press their request to speak button now. And I call on the Minister to move the motion.
Sign off, sir, if I may, in moving the business motion on behalf of the Bureau, I want briefly to provide members with context and a clear understanding of what adhering to it and avoiding the need for exceptional sittings of the kind we have had today will require. Business managers in the Parliament have put together a programme for the next 2 weeks which will complete the outstanding legislation whilst avoiding the need to convene on Fridays or Mondays, or indeed to extend Session 6 by 24 hours. And we are giving members the earliest possible sight of these proposals in order to help them make any arrangements that they require to. However, sitting until 10 p.m. next Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday will not in itself guarantee that we achieve that. In order to avoid exceptional sittings, members, including ministers, will need to play their part by ensuring we stick to timings allocated to each item in the programme. Business managers will be able to advise their own parties as to what that might require of individuals, and I am happy to have conversations with independent members if that were helpful. The proposed programme does not seek to curtail consideration of or debate on very important matters, but it is a fact that some of the most powerful and impactful contributions heard in this chamber can also be amongst the most succinct, and I would ask Parliament to approve the business motion.
Thank you. No members asked to speak to the motion. Therefore, the question is that motion 21096 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed, and as there are no questions to be put as a result of today's business, I close this meeting.